Chapter 1883. The Human Race? Shogu really looked down on the human race. After all, the human race was not even a level 2 civilization, while the spirit beast race was a level 5 civilization. Next to Shogu, the old man in a long robe said in a deep voice, "The human race is indeed weak, but the sword in this person's hand is extraordinary. If the person who made this sword is a human..." Shogu immediately shook his head. Absolutely impossible. The space-time Tao contained in this sword is even above the space-time spirit seal. How could a mere human race create such a divine sword? This human must have obtained this sword by luck. Saying that, he looked at Yi Xian. Everything will be known after I capture this person. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly grasped at Yi Xian in the distance with his right hand. Boom. In an instant, the space-time where Yi Xian was in suddenly became a cage. 6 space-time cages. Obviously, he wanted to capture Yi Xian alive. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly turned into a sword light and disappeared. He just disappeared. Seeing this, Shogu was stunned. He ran away? This human ran away from his space-time cage? When he came back to his senses, Yi Xian had completely disappeared. Shogu's face instantly became extremely gloomy. I was careless. Saying that, he turned his head and looked to the side. Search for this person with all your strength. Understood. Behind Shogu, countless spirit beast experts chased into the distance. Shogu seemed to think of something. He suddenly turned his head and looked to the side. There Meili, who was fighting with the spirit beast experts, had stopped. Shogu looked at Meili. Palace Master Meili, your doppelganger has such strength. This proves that your original body has reached level 15. An expert like you should not be stupid. It is not wise for you to help a human and become enemies with the spirit beast race. Meili smiled and said, Shogu, let's wait and see. Saying that, her body gradually became illusory. She was going to disappear. She was originally a doppelganger. It was not easy for her to be able to drag on with a super expert until now. The long-robed elder beside Shogu said in a deep voice, I feel that this matter is not simple. Since Palace Master Meili is helping Yi Xian, I'm afraid. Shogu suddenly said, she's just like us. She wants Yi Xian's sword. The long-robed old man still wanted to say something, but Shogu spoke again. Elder Shoyen seems to be very afraid of this human. The old man called Shoyen spoke in a deep voice. I just feel that this human isn't simple. We can't underestimate him. Shogu glanced at Shoyen and said with a smile, I know he's not simple, but does our Spirit Beast clan have a way out now? No. Since we've already become enemies, then we should naturally exterminate them, and not leave any future troubles. With that, he turned around and left. The long-robed old man sighed softly. His intuition told him that this human was not normal. If he wasn't careful, the spirit beasts would face a great disaster. In this vast universe, although the spirit beast race was a level 5 civilization, there were many other level 5 civilizations. There were even the legendary level 6 civilizations. The stronger they were, the more careful they had to be. The slightest bit of carelessness could consign them to eternal damnation. Shoyen sighed softly, turned around and left. On the other side, Yi Xian directly arrived at the 7th layer of spacetime. After he entered the 7th layer of spacetime, it was absolutely impossible for Shogu and the other experts to find him. After all, Shogu was only a level 15 expert. At most, he could only enter the 6th layer of spacetime. The 7th layer of spacetime was completely dark. Strictly speaking, the 7th layer of spacetime was formed by a spacetime black hole. The pressure here was more than 100 times stronger than the pressure in the 6th layer of spacetime. If it wasn't for the profound azure sword, he wouldn't have dared to enter. With his current strength, he was simply no different from an ant here. Not to mention him, even if the desolate antiquity came here, he would probably be wiped out in an instant. It could be said that the 6th layer of spacetime and the 7th layer of spacetime were worlds apart. This made Yi Xian's mood somewhat solemn. He could still face a level 15 expert. However, if he encountered an expert who could enter the 7th layer of spacetime, he definitely wouldn't be able to fight back. After a moment, Yi Xian withdrew his thoughts and returned to Xiao Tao's body. Then he entered the 6th layer of spacetime and continued to fold the sixth layer of spacetime. Only by folding the sixth layer of spacetime would he have a chance to kill a level 15 expert. Otherwise, he would be crushed by his opponent in terms of speed. As for the seventh layer of spacetime, he didn't even think about it. It was definitely not something he could touch now. He had to admit that he was in a bit of a hurry. This was because he knew that if his opponent couldn't find him, he would definitely think of other ways. For example, he would look for the spirit of 9 and use them, or even the human race to threaten him. He had already figured out these enemies' tricks. Therefore, he had to race against time. Otherwise, he might fall into a passive position. Outside, somewhere in the starry sky, Shogu sat cross-legged in the starry sky. Behind him stood more than a dozen super experts of the Spirit Beast clan. He kept recalling the battle with Yi Xian in his mind. Finally, he came to a conclusion. The reason why Yi Xian was able to fight with him for so long was because of that sword. If not for that sword, his space-time suppression would have been enough to kill Yi Xian. However, because of that sword, his space-time suppression, space-time cage, and space-time abyss were all ineffective against Yi Xian. Thinking of this, Shogu's expression gradually turned grave. At this moment, he realized that the sword was even more terrifying than he had imagined. How did that human obtain this sword? Shogu's brows knitted together deeply. However, the doubt in his eyes soon turned into excitement. If that sword was in his hands, his battle prowess would increase by at least several times. Moreover, he might even be able to use that sword to reach a higher level. At that time, he would be able to bring the otherworldly demonic race to a new height, far surpassing their ancestors. Thinking of this, Shogu immediately stood up. He turned to the side and asked, "Is there any news of that Yi Xian?" Shoyan shook his head. "That person seems to have evaporated into thin air. There's no news of him at all." Shogu frowned slightly. "You can't find him?" Shoyan nodded. "I can't find him." Shogu fell silent for a moment before he said, "According to what I know, that person seems to have a close relationship with the otherworldly demonic race." Shoyan glanced at Shogu. "Patriarch, what do you mean?" Shogu said, "To the otherworldly demonic race." After saying this, he vanished on the spot. It didn't take long for Shogu to arrive at the otherworldly spirit world with a group of spirit beast experts. In the sky above the otherworldly spirit world, the otherworldly spirit king glanced at Shogu and the others, and then he said, "King Shogu, I wonder where?" Shogu interrupted the otherworldly spirit king. "Where is that Yi Xian?" The otherworldly spirit king shook his head. "I don't know." Shogu looked at the otherworldly spirit king. "You don't know?" The otherworldly spirit king said in a deep voice, "Your Excellency, our otherworldly spirit race really doesn't know where young Master Yi is. Although young Master Yi was on good terms with our otherworldly spirit race, when he left, our otherworldly spirit race." Shogu suddenly interrupted the otherworldly spirit king. "I don't want to listen to such nonsense. Today, if Yi Xian doesn't appear, our beast spirit race will trample the otherworldly demonic race." The otherworldly spirit king's face turned slightly unsightly when he heard this. "King Shogu, our otherworldly spirit race really doesn't know where young Master Yi is. You have to be reasonable." "Reasonable?" A wisp of a cold smile appeared on the corners of Shogu's mouth. "Otherworldly spirit king, you're truly pitiful. Do you know what's the most useless thing in this world? It's the reason you spoke of earlier. In this world, only one's fist matters. Only the party with the bigger fist is reasonable. You actually want to reason with me? How laughable. I'll tell you the truth as well. I know that your otherworldly spirit race doesn't know where Yi Xian is, and I intend to use the lives of your otherworldly spirit race to force Yi Xian out." The faces of the otherworldly spirit king and the other experts turned extremely unsightly when they heard this. "This is clearly bullying you." Thinking so, the otherworldly spirit king turned to King Shogu and laughed heartily. "King Shogu, our otherworldly spirit race actually knows where young Master Yi is. However, I refuse to tell you." King Shogu narrowed his eyes. "Kill. Leave none alive." As soon as he finished speaking, the experts of the beast spirit race behind him charged forward. Below, the otherworldly spirit king suddenly roared furiously. All clansmen heed my command. Fight to the death. Fight to the death. As he spoke, he charged forward. Behind him, countless experts of the otherworldly spirit race also charged forward. In the sky, the Beast Gu King was just about to attack. Right at this moment, his eyes suddenly narrowed, and then he turned around. A ray of light suddenly flashed not too far away. And then the head of a spirit beast expert flew into the air in the next moment. The sword ray dissipated, and Yi Xian appeared before everyone. Seeing Yi Xian appear, the otherworldly spirit king immediately heaved a sigh of relief. If young Master Yi still didn't appear, the otherworldly demonic race would probably be wiped out today. Because at present, the otherworldly demonic race was no match for the beast spirit race. Seeing Yi Xian, a smile appeared on the King Shogu's lips. Yi Xian, you sure are loyal to your friends. You really showed up. Yi Xian glanced at the otherworldly spirit king by the side. Senior Spirit King, I'm sorry to have caused you trouble. The otherworldly spirit king hurriedly shook his head. No, young Master Yi, there's no need to stand on ceremony. I only hate the fact that our otherworldly demonic race is too weak to help young Master Yi. Zai. Yi Xian smiled and said, this is my own matter. How can I trouble you? As he spoke, he looked at the King Shogu and waved the azure profound sword in his hand. Then he said, you want this sword? The King Shogu gazed at Yi Xian. Yi Xian, you should be aware that your strength isn't worthy of this sword. Moreover, as far as I know, you're a smart person. You should be aware that it isn't a good thing for you to possess such a divine sword with your strength and status. If you're smart, then hand over the sword. If you do, then I can spare your life. Yi Xian spoke in a low voice. Really? The King Shogu stared at Yi Xian. Really? Yi Xian fell silent for a moment before he said, give me 3 days to consider. 3 days. The King Shogu frowned. He was about to speak when Shou Yan spoke abruptly. Don't agree to his request. He's trying to buy time. The King Shogu gazed at Yi Xian. No. Yi Xian glanced at Shou Yan and said, King Shogu, rumor has it that you're invincible. I'd like to experience it for myself. Obviously, he wanted to fight one-on-one. The corners of Beast Gu's mouth curled into a disdainful smile. He was just about to speak when Shou Yan, who was beside him, suddenly said, don't agree with him. Patriarch, let's attack together. He has no chance at all. Yi Xian was speechless. Chapter 1884. Attack together? Yi Xian glanced at Shou Yan. Motherfucker. This geezer is really bad. Meanwhile, Shogu suddenly said, why do this? As he spoke, he walked towards Yi Xian. Yi Xian, since you want to fight me in single combat, then I'll fulfill your wish. Shou Yan sighed softly when he heard Shogu. Yi Xian gazed at Shogu and smiled. As expected of the king of a clan. You're bold. I, Yi Xian, admire you. Shogu smiled. Cut the crap. Let's fight. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly took a step forward, and then he smashed his fist forward. Bang! A fist swept through the surroundings, and the formidable force contained within it caused space to be obliterated everywhere it passed. Physical strength. Besides being skilled in the space-time Tao, Shogu's physical strength was extremely terrifying as well. Yi Xian didn't think too much about it. He opened his palm, and then the green profound sword flew out. Bang! A ray of light slashed onto the fist, and it was instantly slashed into pieces. Meanwhile, Shogu suddenly appeared above Yi Xian, and then he suddenly stomped his foot down. Rumble! The space around Yi Xian instantly collapsed. Yi Xian directly utilized the invincible sword domain, and it forcefully protected him. However, Shogu smashed his fist down once more. Rumble! The invincible sword domain collapsed, and then Yi Xian was instantly blasted 3 kilometers away. Moreover, he'd entered the 6th level of the spatial abyss when his figure stopped moving. After Yi Xian entered the 6th level of the spatial abyss, Shogu didn't attack again, and he just watched. Meanwhile, Yi Xian's figure became ethereal, and he returned to reality in the next moment. Shogu's eyes narrowed when he witnessed this scene, and they were filled with excitement. The sword. Yi Xian's sword was able to bring him out of the spatial abyss. Needless to say, at this moment, Shogu was both excited and shocked. He was excited because if this sword was in his hands, then the might it could display was simply unimaginable. He was shocked because this sword was actually so terrifying and was capable of bringing a living being out from a spatial abyss. This was truly terrifying. Without thinking too much, Shogu looked at Yi Xian and took a step forward. With this step, his entire body arrived in front of Yi Xian. At the same time, a powerful force instantly blasted towards Yi Xian. Yi Xian blocked with his sword. Boom. Yi Xian was sent flying hundreds of thousands of feet away along with his sword. When he came to a stop, a trickle of blood slowly flowed from the corner of his mouth. Shogu looked at Yi Xian with disdain. Yi Xian, is this all you've got? Yi Xian wiped off the blood on the corner of his mouth and said, I surrender. Surrender. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was stunned, including that beast Gu King. Shogu was stunned for a moment, and then he roared with laughter. Surrender. If you surrendered just now, then I might have considered it. But it's too late now. Right at this moment, the sword in Yi Xian's hand suddenly vanished. It was a spatial fold. Moreover, it was the sixth spatial fold. This sudden and unexpected event caused Shogu's expression to instantly change drastically. Because it was the sixth spatial fold and coupled with the fact that he'd underestimated Yi Xian earlier, he'd never imagined that Yi Xian would actually be able to fold the sixth spatial fold. So he could only defend passively right now. Shogu instinctively raised his arms in front of him to defend. Sword arrival. Bang. Everyone watched as Shogu's arms were chopped off, and then his body was blasted into pieces. As Shogu's soul retreated explosively, Yi Xian pressed his fingers together and guided lightly, and then the green profound sword flew forward. The others hadn't even recovered from their shock when the green profound sword pierced through the center of Shogu's forehead. Bang! The green profound sword instantly absorbed Shogu's soul, and didn't give him any chance. The countenances of all the beast spirit race experts instantly turned pale when they witnessed this scene. This human killed King Shogu? In the distance, Yi Xian slowly closed his eyes. A short moment later, he opened his palm, and the green profound sword flew back into his grasp. The green profound sword trembled slightly as Little Soul said excitedly, Young master, it's a great tonic. Yi Xian grinned. There's still a lot. Shou Yan stared fixedly at Yi Xian. You acted weak first, and then you took them by surprise and executed a killer move to kill them in a single strike. Human, how scheming of you. Yi Xian gazed at Shou Yan and the others, and he didn't waste his breath at all. The green profound sword in his hand suddenly flew forward. At the instant he did, Shou Yan had already appeared over 30 kilometers away. His sword pierced through the air. Yi Xian fell silent when he witnessed this scene. Just as he'd expected, it would be very difficult for him to instantly kill such an expert if they were on guard. Meanwhile, Shou Yan suddenly said, Retreat. As soon as he finished speaking, he and the other beast spirit race experts turned around and vanished into the starry sky. Yi Xian opened his palm, and the green profound sword returned to his grasp. In the next moment, he immediately pursued them. Beast Spirit World. The Beast Spirit World was located in the spirit realm, and there were many powerful forces in the boundless spirit realm. All of them were rank 5 civilizations, and the beast spirit race was just one of them. After Shou Yan led all the beast spirit race experts back to the beast spirit race, he seized the opportunity to become the patriarch of the beast spirit race because Shogu had perished. Within the beast spirit race's main hall, Shou Yan immediately gathered all the beast spirit race's experts. At the same time, all the grand formations of the beast spirit race were activated, and even some elders who were in seclusion were summoned. Within the main hall, Shou Yan glanced at all the experts present, and then he said, Immediately notify the entire spirit realm. Tell them that Yi Xian possesses a divine artifact that surpasses the 6th level of spacetime. Not only will he be able to ignore the pressure of spacetime and the abyss of spacetime, he can even enter the 7th level of spacetime. Understood. One of the beast spirit race experts retreated. Shou Yan said, Elder Shou Qian, go personally to the barbarian spirit race, and tell them that if they're willing to help our beast spirit race, then our beast spirit race is willing to submit. Submit. As soon as these words were spoken, The expressions of all the beast spirit race experts within the hall changed drastically. Elder Shou Qian said in a low voice, Patriarch Shou Yan, Yi Xian is only one person. Shou Yan slowly closed his eyes. We can't stop him. Shou Qian said in a low voice, we can still summon the ancestor. Shou Yan glanced at Shou Qian. The patriarch is already dead. If we summon the ancestor, then our beast spirit race won't have any trump cards left. Even if we manage to defeat Yi Xian, our beast spirit race will immediately be divided up by the other races. At that time, we won't even have the qualifications to bargain. Our beast spirit race will have the qualifications to bargain with the barbarian spirit race if we summon the ancestor. Even if we submit to the barbarian spirit race's ancestor, our beast spirit race will have the qualifications to talk to the barbarian spirit race as long as we have this card. Moreover, once we submit to the barbarian spirit race's ancestor, then we'll be able to draw trouble to them. The barbarian spirit race is a subordinate race of the illusion ancestor, so once Yi Xian goes against them, then it's equivalent to going against the illusion ancestor. If he goes against the illusion ancestor, then no matter how formidable the power behind him is, he'll still die for sure. Shou Qian hesitated for a moment when he heard this, and then he said, does he have a formidable power behind him? Shou Yan said in a light voice, how could such a person possibly grow to such an extent if he doesn't have any backing? Shou Qian intended to say something else, but a beast spirit race expert suddenly appeared within the hall. Patriarch, Yi Xian has arrived. Shou Yan's eyes narrowed slightly, and then he gazed at Shou Qian. Head to the barbarian spirit race right now. Shou Qian nodded. Understood. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and vanished from within the hall. In the sky above the beast spirit world, Yi Xian stood with his sword in hand. He'd chased all the way here. He naturally wouldn't let this matter rest. Meanwhile, Shou Yan suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian, and he gazed at Yi Xian and said, Young Master Yi, this is a misunderstanding. My beast spirit race is willing to compensate you for your losses. Yi Xian suddenly smiled and said, a misunderstanding? What a joke. As soon as he finished speaking, he opened his palm. Shou Yan's expression instantly changed drastically, and he was just about to attack when over a dozen heads suddenly shot into the sky. Yi Xian gazed at Shou Yan and smiled. I, Yi Xian, don't like to cause trouble, but I'll definitely annihilate anyone who dares offend me. As soon as he finished speaking, he charged forward. Hiss! An expanse of blood-red sword light flashed through the battlefield. Shou Yan's eyes narrowed slightly. Activate the formation. As soon as he finished speaking, the space around Yi Xian warped. At the same time, a huge barrier of light enveloped the entire beast spirit world, and then countless strange talismans shot towards Yi Xian from within the barrier of light. Yi Xian's brows knit together slightly as he stood within the warped space, and then he suddenly drew his sword and slashed. Bang! Space shattered apart, and the strange talismans in the surroundings instantly vanished. Shou Yan's face instantly fell when he witnessed this scene. Yi Xian was just about to attack again when a voice suddenly resounded from afar. Wait! Shou Yan instantly heaved a sigh of relief when he heard this voice. An expert from the barbarian spirit race has arrived. Yi Xian turned around and saw a middle-aged man walking over slowly from afar. He wasn't a human, but his appearance was actually 90% similar to a human. However, he was much stronger than a human. The barbarian spirit race expert sized Yi Xian up, and then he said, Are you a human? Yi Xian smiled. Yes. That expert gazed at Yi Xian. I don't care about the enmity between you and the beast spirit race, but from this moment onward, the beast spirit race has submitted to my barbarian spirit race. Now they're a subordinate race of my barbarian spirit race. Understand? Yi Xian nodded. I understand. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly slashed with his sword. Hiss! The head of that expert from the barbarian spirit race flew into the air. All the experts of the beast spirit race were stunned. This human actually dared to kill an expert from the barbarian spirit race? Shou Yan instantly started laughing when he witnessed this scene. Now enmity had been formed between the human and the barbarian spirit race. Yi Xian turned around to gaze at Shou Yan. Shou Yan spoke in a low voice. Do you know anything about the barbarian spirit race? Yi Xian grinned. It wouldn't be too late to kill them first. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly disappeared on the spot. Shou Yan narrowed his eyes, and he was about to retreat when a powerful force suddenly descended from the sky. Following that, a sword light shattered, and Yi Xian was forced to retreat. A barbarian spirit person stood in front of Shou Yan. Barbarian spirit race's great elder, Mantian, a 15th phase master. Mantian looked at the nearby Yi Xian and said, "The bones of the last one who didn't give my barbarian spirit race any face have already turned to ashes." At the side, Shou Yan hurriedly fanned the flames. Grand Elder Mantian, there is a mysterious force behind this person, and it is not simple. Don't be careless. A smile appeared at the corner of Mantian's mouth. Comparing backgrounds? My barbarian spirit race loves to compare backgrounds the most. Saying this, he opened his right hand and made an inviting gesture. Human, don't say that my spirit beast race is bullying you. Come call someone over. P.S. I went back to my hometown for Chinese New Year. Too many people came to propose marriage. Vexation. My house's doorsill is about to be trampled open. Chapter 1885. Call for help. The barbarian spirit race had the ability and confidence to do so because their strength was the #1 race in the entire spirit region. Moreover, the barbarian spirit race had an extraordinary power standing behind them, and it was the illusion race. The illusion race was a genuine level 6 civilization. Even though it was only a rank higher than the barbarian spirit race, it was a gap that the barbarian spirit race would never be able to surpass. The difference between a rank 5 and a rank 6 civilization was like the difference between the heavens and the earth. Mantian gazed at Yi Xian and smiled. Human, if no one is going to call for help, then I will. As soon as he finished speaking, the space in the surroundings suddenly trembled. In the next moment, numerous terrifying auras swept out from the surroundings, and then over 100 extraordinary experts appeared here. There were actually 5 at the 15th rank amongst them. Moreover, there were a total of 49 at the 14th rank, and the weakest amongst the rest was at the 13th rank. Shou Yan's face fell when he saw this lineup. The barbarian spirit race had mobilized such a large force, so they were obviously determined to obtain the divine treasure in Yi Xian's possession. Meanwhile, Mantian suddenly glanced at the surroundings and smiled. Everyone, this person killed members of my barbarian spirit race, so my barbarian spirit race is absolutely irreconcilable with him. This is a personal enmity between my barbarian spirit race and him, so I hope that all of you won't interfere. Meanwhile, a voice suddenly resounded from the shadows. If your barbarian spirit race wants to take that human sword for yourself, then just say it. Why be so hypocritical? Mantian's eyes narrowed slightly, and then he suddenly turned around and punched. Bang! Space suddenly collapsed over 1 kilometer away, and then an afterimage retreated explosively for 5,000 kilometers. Mantian glanced at the afterimage and smiled. I said that because I wanted to give you some face. Since you don't want to give me face, then don't blame my barbarian spirit race. As soon as he finished speaking, the experts from the barbarian spirit race vanished on the spot, and the afterimage in the distance was instantly obliterated. The experts in the surroundings were shocked when they witnessed this scene. The barbarian spirit race was really overbearing. However, no one dared to resist. The strength of a single barbarian spirit race wasn't invincible. What they truly feared was the illusion race that stood behind the barbarian spirit race. Back then, the barbarian spirit tribe wasn't that strong. The reason they suddenly rose was because a woman from the barbarian spirit tribe married into the illusory tribe. From then on, the barbarian spirit race's status rose with the tide, and no force in the entire spirit realm dared to not give them face. As time passed, the barbarian spirit race also grew stronger and stronger. Of course, it also grew more and more domineering. However, none of the forces dared to provoke them. In the dark, some experts had already retreated. They were also interested in the sword in Yi Xian's hand. Not only could it ignore the pressure of time and space and the abyss of time and space, it could also enter the 7th layer of time and space. Even the entire spirit realm did not have such a divine item. However, with the barbarian spirit tribe present, they knew that they had no hope at all. A smile appeared on Man Tian's face when he saw the experts hiding in the surrounding scatter. He looked at Shou Yan, who was not far away. Shou Yan immediately said, "Great Elder Man Tian, from now on, my spirit beast race will follow the lead of the barbarian spirit race." Man Tian was very satisfied and slightly nodded. "The patriarch has already said that although your spirit beast race has submitted to my barbarian spirit race, my barbarian spirit race will not interfere in your spirit beast race's matters. However, if my barbarian spirit race has any orders in the future," Shou Yan quickly said, "my spirit beast race will definitely obey." Man Tian smiled. "Very good." After saying that, he turned his head and looked at Yi Xian, who was not far away. "Human, I know that you were healing a moment ago. Have you healed your injuries?" Yi Xian smiled and said, "I'm fine." Man Tian smiled and said, "Don't say that my barbarian spirit race is bullying you. You can call for more people, as many as you want." However, Yi Xian shook his head. "No need." After saying that, he suddenly disappeared. Space-time folding. In the distance, Man Tian slightly narrowed his eyes and raised his arm to block. Boom. Man Tian retreated several thousand feet, and just as he stopped, Yi Xian appeared in front of him once again. In an instant, a wave of sword light directly submerged him. Square-inch sword domain. Chi-chi-chi-chi-chi. Tearing sounds resounded ceaselessly from within the wave of sword light. Right at that moment, a powerful force suddenly erupted from within the wave of sword light. The sword light shattered, and a figure retreated repeatedly. It was Man Tian. When Man Tian stopped, the expressions of all the experts became solemn. Because at this moment, Man Tian's entire body was covered in dense sword scars. It was as if he had been dismembered, and it was extremely shocking. In the distance, Shou Yan stared fixedly at the distant Yi Xian, and the depths of his eyes were solemn. At that moment, he suddenly discovered that Yi Xian's sword wasn't only powerful, but his sword skills were also terrifying. Who was this human? The solemn expression in Shou Yan's eyes gradually turned into worry. In front of Yi Xian, Man Tian glanced at his own body, and in the next moment, his expression became ferocious. He looked at Yi Xian and said, "Human, you have successfully angered me, you." At that moment, a sword suddenly slashed down, and Man Tian's voice came to an abrupt stop. Man Tian raised his arm to block. Bang! The sword light shattered, and Man Tian was blasted 3 kilometers back. As soon as he stopped, his right arm split open and blood sprayed out. Meanwhile, Yi Xian had suddenly vanished on the spot. Man Tian was shocked, and he swiftly raised his left hand to block before spinning it. Cage. As soon as his voice resounded, Yi Xian suddenly stopped because the area of space-time he was in had become a space-time cage. Meanwhile, Man Tian said, "Fall." As soon as he finished speaking, the space-time where Yi Xian was in had suddenly transformed into an abyss, and Yi Xian fell rapidly. A wisp of a smile appeared on the corners of Man Tian's mouth, but it quickly froze because Yi Xian had suddenly returned to reality. Man Tian's eyes narrowed slightly when he saw this, and he seemed to have thought of something. His gaze descended onto the green profound sword in Yi Xian's hand. "It's your sword." Yi Xian didn't waste his breath, and he just raised his hand and slashed. Hiss. A strand of sword light tore through the battlefield. A trace of ruthlessness flashed through Man Tian's eyes. He took a step forward and punched out with his left hand. The powerful force contained within his fist directly tore the space in front of him apart, and Yi Xian's sword light was instantly destroyed. But right at this moment, Yi Xian suddenly appeared above Man Tian and slashed with his sword, drawing the sword to decide life and death. The powerful force of this sword slash instantly tore space apart. Man Tian's pupils constricted. He didn't dare to take Yi Xian's sword head-on, because Yi Xian's sword could break through his defenses. The instant Yi Xian's sword descended, Man Tian's figure trembled. Space folded, and he directly appeared 3 kilometers away. He had just stopped when a flying sword slashed at him. Its speed was extremely fast, because this was also a spatial folding technique. Man Tian was greatly alarmed. At this moment, he had nowhere to dodge and could only face it head-on. He didn't have time to think, and he used his left hand to block. Bang! Under the gazes of everyone, the swords on Man Tian's left hand shattered, and he retreated explosively. In the distance, Yi Xian was about to attack again, but right at this moment, his expression suddenly changed, and he swiftly turned around. At this moment, a fist smashed towards him like a tsunami. Yi Xian hurriedly withdrew his sword to defend himself. Rumble! Along with an explosion, the space where Yi Xian was instantly transformed into a pitch-black space-time black hole. At the instant that Yi Xian fell into the space-time black hole, the profound azure sword in his hand trembled violently and hurriedly brought him out of the space-time black hole. After coming out, Yi Xian turned around and saw a man from the barbarian spirit tribe standing not too far away. He wore an embroidered robe, had a tall figure, and had long hair that draped over his shoulders. He emanated an extremely terrifying pressure. Man Qing, the current patriarch of the barbarian spirit tribe. Man Qing sized up Yi Xian, and then his gaze descended onto the profound azure sword in his hand. Good sword. Meanwhile, Man Tian walked over to Man Qing's side. Patriarch. Man Qing looked at Yi Xian and said with a smile, "You possess such strength at such a young age, so I presume you're not an ordinary person. Since you're not an ordinary person, then you should know of my barbarian spirit tribe. Since you know of my barbarian spirit tribe, why do you dare to become enemies with my barbarian spirit tribe?" Yi Xian smiled and said, "It seems that your barbarian spirit tribe wants to become enemies with me, right?" Man Qing shook his head. "My barbarian spirit tribe wants to kill you because it thinks highly of you. What qualifications do you have to become enemies with my barbarian spirit tribe?" Yi Xian gave him a thumbs up. "Amazing." Man Qing smiled and said, "No matter who you are or where you came from, today, I will shatter your body, imprison your soul, and let you be burned by spirit flames for eternity. I want the world to understand that those who offend my barbarian spirit tribe can only beg for death." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly vanished on the spot. In the distance, Yi Xian's pupils constricted, and he swiftly drew his sword and slashed. Rumble! Yi Xian was directly sent flying several thousand feet away, but before he could stop, several afterimages suddenly swept over. Man Tian and the other 15th stage barbarian spirit tribe experts also attacked. Yi Xian quickly displayed his invincible sword domain. Bang! As soon as the invincible sword domain appeared, it collapsed, and his whole body was directly thrown into the space-time abyss. Just as he escaped from the space-time abyss, a fist mark suddenly attacked him. Man Qing. Yi Xian raised his sword horizontally to block it. Bang! The profound cyan sword in Yi Xian's hand violently trembled, and he rapidly retreated. At this time, 15th stage barbarian spirit tribe experts suddenly rushed towards him from all directions, not giving him a chance to catch his breath. The retreating Yi Xian's eyes flashed with hostility, and he suddenly slashed forward with his sword. Square-inch sword domain. Bang! A wave of sword light instantly submerged him, and the 15th stage barbarian spirit tribe experts. There was a moment of silence. Bang! The sword light shattered, and a figure flew out. It was Yi Xian. When Yi Xian came to a stop, his left arm had already disappeared. Not only that, but his entire body was covered in cracks and bones could be seen in many places. He was in an extremely miserable state. In the distance, Man Qing looked at Yi Xian and said with a smile, "Come, call him over." Right at this moment, the space above Man Qing suddenly trembled violently. Man Qing frowned slightly when he witnessed this scene. Someone's really coming? It didn't take long for that space to turn into a vortex, and a middle-aged man walked out from within the vortex. When he saw who it was, Man Qing burst into laughter. "Ha! Human, your men aren't here, but mine are." The middle-aged man in front of him was the patriarch of the illusory tribe. After the illusion tribe leader came out, he scanned the surroundings. Very quickly, his gaze landed on Yi Xian. When he saw Yi Xian's appearance, the illusion tribe leader's legs softened, and he almost knelt down. Chapter 1886. At this moment, the patriarch of the illusion race was astounded to the extreme. Why is young Master Yi in such a miserable state? Meanwhile, Manqing walked over to the patriarch and bowed respectfully. Patriarch Huanming, what are you doing here? The illusion race? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone in the surroundings was stunned. The patriarch of the illusion race? A grade 6 civilization? Huanming paid no attention to Manqing, and he just suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian. Yi Xian's expression instantly changed, and he was about to attack. Meanwhile, Huanming hurriedly said, Young Master Yi, I'm on your side. I'm on your side. He's on my side. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was stunned. Manqing and Mantian were petrified on the spot. On my side? What's going on? Yi Xian gazed at Huanming and frowned. On your side. Meanwhile, Manqing suddenly appeared in front of Huanming, and he hurriedly said, Patriarch Huanming, do you know this human? Huanming suddenly turned around and slapped him. Bang! Manqing didn't even have time to react before his body was blasted into pieces. Everyone here was speechless. Huanming glanced coldly at Manqing, who was slightly stunned. What human? He's called Young Master Yi. Young Master Yi. At this moment, Manqing's mind had gone blank, and the faces of the other experts of the barbarian spirit race had turned ghastly pale. As for Shou Yan, his figure had even started to tremble. Huanming bowed slightly to Yi Xian and spoke in a trembling voice. Young Master Yi, what happened? Yi Xian spoke solemnly. Are you sure you didn't mistake me for someone else? Huanming hesitated for a moment, and then he withdrew a portrait. The person in the portrait was Yi Xian. Yi Xian frowned slightly when he saw the portrait. What's this? Huanming hurriedly said. A senior gave it to me. It's that senior in a plain dress. Yi Xian was stunned. Huanming knew that he wasn't mistaken when he saw the expression on Yi Xian's face. Yi Xian suddenly glanced at Manqing. The barbarian spirit race is a subordinate race of your illusion race? Huanming nodded. Yes. One of our clan's elders has formed a marriage alliance with the barbarian spirit tribe. Therefore, as he said that, he seemed to have thought of something and his pupils suddenly shrank. Young Master Yi, were they the ones who attacked you? Yi Xian nodded. They ganged up on me. You even wanted to exterminate my entire clan. Huanming was stunned, and then he hurriedly said, Young Master Yi, my illusory race isn't related to the barbarian spirit race at all. It has nothing to do with me. Yi Xian was speechless. The expressions of Manqing and the others became unsightly to the extreme when they heard Huanming. Of course, they were terrified to the extreme as well. Who was this human in front of him? How could the patriarch of the illusion race be so humble? On the other side, Shou Yan was about to faint. In front of Huanming, Yi Xian's body suddenly twitched. Huanming's expression changed drastically when he saw this, and he hurriedly said, Young Master Yi, what's wrong? Yi Xian rolled his eyes. I feel like I'm going to die. Senior, if I die, please help me tell my younger sister and ask her to avenge me. Huanming's face instantly turned pale. If young Master Yi really dies here, then I don't even dare to think about it. Huanming swiftly turned his head. Guards. As soon as he finished speaking, the sky suddenly darkened, and then countless experts walked out from the starry sky. The experts of the illusion race. Powerful pressure smashed down from the starry sky, and it caused the entire world to tremble. The expressions of all the experts here became extremely solemn when they witnessed this scene. Has the illusion race mobilized its entire race? Huanming's expression became ferocious. Capture all the members of the barbarian spirit race and bring them here. The experts of the illusion race vanished on the spot when they heard Huanming. On the other hand, Manqing's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly said, Patriarch Huanming, please give Manlin face and let me. Huanming suddenly roared furiously, Shut up. My illusion race isn't related to your barbarian spirit race at all. Manqing was speechless. Huanming turned around to gaze at Yi Xian, who was on the verge of death, and then he hurriedly withdrew a thumb-sized medicinal pill and spoke in a trembling voice. Young Master Yi, your injuries aren't very severe. You won't die. Come quickly take this medicine. Yi Xian glanced at Manqing, and then he spoke in a timid voice. I'm afraid. Manqing was speechless. Huanming glanced coldly at Manqing, and the latter hurriedly said, Patriarch Huanming, I. Huanming suddenly clenched his fist. Manqing's soul felt like an invisible hand had clamped down on his throat, and he couldn't speak any longer. Huanming gazed coldly at Manqing. I'll repeat myself once more. My illusion race isn't related to your barbarian spirit race at all. Manqing was speechless. Meanwhile, the experts of the illusion race had arrived here, and all the members of the beast spirit race had been captured here. There were tens of thousands of them. They weren't able to resist at all. Mantian spoke in a trembling voice when he witnessed this scene. Patriarch Huanming, we shouldn't harm our clansmen. I wonder if... When he spoke up to this point, he seemed to have thought of something, and he immediately looked at Yi Xian and bowed deeply. Young Master Yi, this is the fault of my barbarian spirit race. Please show mercy. Yi Xian suddenly said, I'm feeling dizzy. I'm going to rest for a while. As he spoke, he slowly closed his eyes. Mantian's face instantly turned pale. Meanwhile, Huanming suddenly said, Behead them all. As soon as he finished speaking, the heads of the tens of thousands of experts of the barbarian spirit race fell to the ground before Mantian could even react, and blood instantly dyed the ground red. Mantian slumped to the ground when he witnessed this scene. The beast spirit race was gone. It was gone just like that. Manqing, who hadn't died completely, was ashen, and his entire soul was trembling. The once glorious barbarian spirit race was gone just like that. Even though their heads had been chopped off, their souls were still there. Right when the experts of the illusion race were about to destroy the souls of the barbarian spirit race's experts, the green profound sword in Yi Xian's hand suddenly flew out, and then it started to madly absorb the souls of the barbarian spirit race's experts. The experts of the illusion race gazed at Huanming when they witnessed this scene. Huanming glanced at the green profound sword, and then he waved his hand. All the experts of the illusion race immediately moved aside. At this moment, Shouyan suddenly ran in front of Yi Xian. He knelt down and said in a trembling voice, Young Master Yi, my spirit beast race has eyes but failed to see. Please be magnanimous and let my spirit beast race off. Yi Xian smiled and said, You're begging the wrong person. You should be begging the patriarch of the illusion race. Shouyan hurriedly shook his head. Young Master Yi, my beast spirit race is willing to submit to you. So long as you're willing to show mercy, my beast spirit race is willing to do anything. Yi Xian remained silent. Shouyan was delighted when he saw Yi Xian remain silent, and he hurriedly said, Young Master Yi, from this moment onward, my beast spirit race is willing to follow you. Yi Xian suddenly shook his head. I'm feeling a little dizzy. I need to rest. Shouyan's face instantly turned ghastly pale. Meanwhile, Huanming suddenly said, Slash. As soon as he finished speaking, countless experts of the illusion race charged into the beast spirit world below. In the next moment, numerous bloody heads shot into the sky. They weren't able to resist at all. Meanwhile, Shouyan suddenly roared furiously. Ancestor summon. As soon as he finished speaking, a ray of white light suddenly shot into the sky from within the beast spirit world. Meanwhile, Huanming suddenly pressed his right hand down. Bang! The ray of white light exploded into pieces, and the souls of the beast spirit race's ancestors within it were instantly crushed. Yi Xian's expression instantly became solemn when he witnessed this scene. The strength of the illusion race's patriarch wasn't just ordinary. Meanwhile, the green profound sword suddenly flew into the beast spirit world, and then it madly absorbed the souls of the beast spirit race's experts. Right at this moment, Shouqing suddenly gazed at Yi Xian. Who exactly are you? Yi Xian issued a command in his heart, and the green profound sword directly entered the space between Shouqing's brows and absorbed his soul. After that, the green profound sword entered the space between Mantian's brows. Bang! Mantian was instantly absorbed. Huanming glanced at the green profound sword, and then he said, Young Master Yi, was this sword forged by that senior? Yi Xian nodded. Huanming's expression became solemn when he saw this. No wonder. Yi Xian suddenly said, Senior, I need to recuperate. As he spoke, he entered the Xiaota. Recuperate. His body had almost been shattered by the group attack just now, and he was in an extraordinarily miserable state. After Yi Xian entered the Xiaota, Huanming glanced coldly at the surroundings and said, "Investigate and see if young Master Yi has any other enemies." Yes. Some of the experts of the illusion race bowed slightly and left. Huanming closed his eyes slowly. At this moment, he heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. Fortunately, young Master Yi is fine. Otherwise, he really didn't dare to imagine the consequences. Meanwhile, Yi Xian suddenly appeared here. At this moment, Yi Xian's injuries had completely healed. A wisp of surprise flashed through Huanming's eyes when he saw that Yi Xian's injuries had completely healed. That was too swift. Yi Xian cupped his fists and said, "Thank you, senior." Huanming hurriedly shook his head. "It's nothing. If it wasn't for Senior Su Kun, then the old man would have probably been unable to take another step forward in his cultivation." "Ching." Yi Xian spoke solemnly. "Where's Qing'er now?" Huanming shook his head and laughed bitterly. "I don't know. That day, she only passed by the illusory Nether tribe and then left. As for where she went, I don't dare to ask." Yi Xian was speechless. Huanming continued, "Young Master Yi, the matter here has come to an end. Why don't you come with me to the illusion race?" Yi Xian was about to speak when the space in the distance suddenly trembled. Huanming frowned slightly and then he turned around. A man had suddenly walked out from that expanse of space. The man had a triangular head and a strange blood-red talisman mark on the center of his forehead. It wasn't his main body, it was just a shadow. It was the ancestor of the spirit beast race, Ye Yao. He was the one who'd led the spirit beast race into a grade 5 civilization. Ye Yao gazed at Huanming, and then his gaze descended onto Yi Xian. "My spirit beast race was annihilated because of you." Yi Xian was about to speak when Huanming suddenly said, "My illusion race was annihilated." Ye Yao gazed at Huanming, a rank 17 expert. Huanming smiled. "You were able to notice that I'm at the rank 17. Looks like you're not simple." Ye Yao suddenly smiled. "Is rank 17 very strong?" Huanming smiled slightly. "To some people, it's not strong, but to you, forgive me for being blunt, but do you dare to show your true body?" Ye Yao stared at Yi Xian. "The hatred of the extermination of my clan is absolutely irreconcilable." As he spoke, his body gradually became illusory. "P.S. Today I'm going to kill a pig and eat pig rice. Haha." Chapter 1887. Once Ye Yao vanished, Huanming suddenly said, "Send my order to search for him throughout the universe." An old man behind Huanming bowed slightly. "Understood." As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished on the spot. Huanming turned around to gaze at Yi Xian. "Young Master Yi, this place is probably no longer safe. Come with me to the illusion race." Yi Xian fell silent for a short while before he said, "Can you give me 3 days of time?" Huanming nodded. "Of course." Yi Xian turned around and left. He had to give them some instructions. Once Yi Xian left, Huanming suddenly turned around. "Who is it?" Space trembled slightly in the distance. And then a woman appeared before the experts of the illusion race. If Yi Xian was here, he would definitely be pleasantly surprised. Because it was none other than Mu Niannian. Huanming gazed at Mu Niannian with a trace of vigilance in his eyes. He couldn't see through this woman. Huanming spoke solemnly, "Who are you?" Mu Niannian smiled. "I'm his older sister." Huanming was slightly stunned. "Older sister?" The corners of Mu Niannian's mouth curled up slightly. "Yes." Huanming hurriedly cupped his fists. "May I know what orders you have for me?" Mu Niannian asked. "Does your illusion race have any opponents?" Huanming spoke solemnly, "We do." Mu Niannian said, "Go on." Huanming glanced at Mu Niannian. Even though he didn't know what she meant, he still hurriedly said, "My illusion race is located in the ancient exalted world, and there are 3 extraordinary powers there. One of them is my illusion race, the other is the ancient exalted clan, and the ancient desolate race. My illusion race and the ancient desolate race are mortal enemies." Mu Niannian nodded slightly. "Then the ancestor of the spirit beast race, Ye Yao, should be with the ancient desolate race." Huanming frowned slightly. "Why?" Mu Niannian smiled. He knows that you've reached the 17th rank, and he dares to say that the enmity between us is irreconcilable. That's because he has the confidence to resist your illusion race. Ming Huan said solemnly, it's impossible for someone from the lower realms to reach the great heaven ancient world. Mu Niannian smiled and said, that woman in the plain dress is also from the lower realm. Huan Ming's pupils constricted abruptly when he heard this. After a short moment he bowed slightly. I understand. Mu Niannian continued. Moreover, since he dared to speak so harshly in front of you, it means that the ancient desolate tribe might take action. Huan Ming's eyes narrowed slightly. He was just about to speak when the space before him suddenly became illusory. In the next moment, a figure appeared in front of him. The Illusion Clan. The illusory race member's face was pale, and his eyes were filled with fear. Clan leader, the ancient desolate race ambushed our illusory race. Our illusory race is gone. Huan Ming's expression instantly became ferocious when he heard this. The primordial clan. With that he turned. All clansmen, heed my command. Return to Grand Luo immediately. Mu Niannian suddenly said. Wait. Huan Ming looked at Mu Niannian. Mu Niannian said. If you return now, your entire army will be wiped out. Huan Ming said solemnly. Miss, what do you mean? Mu Niannian looked at Huan Ming. The ancient desolate race and your illusory race should be on par in strength, so why did they dare to attack? You should know that if they fought you to the death, who would benefit from it? The ancient exalted clan, of course. There's no way they wouldn't understand this. But they still attacked us. Huan Ming's expression was a little unsightly. The ancient exalted clan joined forces with them. Mu Niannian nodded. That's right. Huan Ming clenched his fists. Why would they join forces? Mu Niannian said, there are only two reasons. The first is the benefits. Joining forces to destroy your illusory race will bring you benefits. Please continue to the next page. The second is the threat. Even your illusory race poses a threat to them. Huan Ming's expression was dark. It looks like they've already found out about my breakthrough. Mu Niannian nodded. You can't bring your clansmen back to the ancient exalted world right now, because they've definitely made thorough preparations. If you return now, you'll be walking right into their trap. Huan Ming fell silent for a moment, then turned to Mu Niannian and bowed slightly. Please advise me, miss. Mu Niannian smiled. I have a very good idea. Huan Ming bowed again. Please speak, miss. Mu Niannian gently combed her disheveled hair behind her ear. Let me analyze it for you. You brought most of the experts of your race to receive that little fellow, so they must be extremely curious. If I'm not wrong, they must be doing everything in their power to investigate this little fellow's origins. But they won't be able to find anything. They'll definitely guess that if a human could make your illusory race send their entire race to receive him, how could he be an ordinary person? Coupled with the fact that you've just broken through, I would definitely guess that this human might be from a level 7 civilization if I were them. As she spoke, she gazed at Huan Ming. Their target seems to be you, but it's actually that little fellow. Huan Ming laughed bitterly when he heard this. Mu Niannian said, find a way to spread the news that he's from a level 7 civilization. However, he was taken away by someone, and he even brought many divine objects with him. As she spoke, she opened her palm, and 3 portraits appeared in front of Huan Ming. They were the portraits of the woman in a plain dress, the man in green, and the swordsman. Mu Niannian smiled. The 3 of them and Yi Xian escaped from a level 7 civilization, and they even brought some divine objects with them. Huan Ming was stunned, and then he said, you're asking them to look for them? Mu Niannian nodded. They will. Huan Ming hesitated for a moment before he said, is that all right? Mu Niannian smiled. It's fine. Don't worry and do it. Leave everything to that little fellow. Huan Ming was speechless. Mu Niannian added, also you have to let them know that the 3 of them were heavily injured when they escaped from a level 7 civilization, and they've gone into hiding now. Huan Ming glanced at Mu Niannian. Missed this. Actually, he wanted to ask if this was too sinister. He didn't know how strong the man in green and the swordsman were, but he knew how strong the woman in a plain dress was. If the ancient Daoyuo clan and the ancient Desolate clan found her, wouldn't that be like entering the toilet with a lantern? It was too sinister. Of course, he didn't dislike it at all. Mu Niannian smiled. There's one more thing that you absolutely must remember. You have to let them understand that you're not looking for that little fellow to protect him, but to find those 3 people through him and obtain the divine objects from a level 7 civilization. Only then will your illusory race be able to escape from this vortex. Huan Ming bowed respectfully. Understood. Mu Niannian nodded, turned around and left. Huan Ming suddenly asked, Miss, are they really from a level 7 civilization? Mu Niannian stopped in her tracks and smiled. What do you think? Huan Ming said solemnly. Did I underestimate them a little? Mu Niannian nodded. Yes, you did. With that, she turned around and disappeared into the starry sky. Huan Ming frowned slightly. I underestimated them a little. Could they be from a level 8 civilization? After a while, he turned around and left. The entrance to the ancient Daoyuo clan was currently at the entrance. This chapter is not over. Please continue to the next page. Countless experts had already gathered here. Among them, there were 2 17th-stage experts, 23 16th-stage experts, and several 115th-stage experts. These experts were from the ancient Daoyuo clan and the desolate ancient sect. Leading them was the patriarch of the ancient Daoyuo clan, Daoyuo Tian, and Desolate Xing. Daoyuo Tian looked into the distance and smiled. Brother Xing, do you think this Huan Ming would suddenly bring his entire clan to find a human? This is very strange. Desolate Xing smiled. That human is not simple. Daoyuo Tendo said. I've already sent someone to investigate. Desolate Xing was about to speak when an expert of the ancient Daoyuo clan appeared before Daoyuo Tian, and he said solemnly, Patriarch, according to the latest news, that human is from a level 7 civilization. A level 7 civilization. The expressions of all the experts changed when they heard this. Daoyuo Tian narrowed his eyes. A level 7 civilization? The exalted elder nodded. According to our men's reports, that human and 3 others escaped from a level 7 civilization, and the other 3 are heavily injured. The reason why Huan Ming brought so many of his clansmen to find that human, Yi Xian, was mainly because he wanted to find those 3 injured humans through Yi Xian, because those 3 humans brought back many divine artifacts from a level 7 civilization. Divine artifacts? Daoyuo Tian sneered. No wonder Huan Ming didn't just break through. He even brought all the experts of his clan to find that human. So it was for the divine artifacts from a level 7 civilization. Desolate Xing suddenly asked. Those 3 humans are heavily injured. The expert of the ancient Daoyuo clan nodded. Yes. Desolate Xing and Daoyuo Tian exchanged glances, and then Desolate Xing said solemnly, they escaped from a level 7 civilization. In other words, they definitely know about level 7 civilizations, and they have divine artifacts. At this moment, one of the experts suddenly said, according to my clansman, that human, Yi Xian, has a divine sword. The one who spoke was the ancestor of the Spirit Beast clan, Yi Yao. Desolate Xing turned to look at Yi Yao. Tell me about that sword. Yi Yao said solemnly, that human Yi Xian is only a level 10 expert, but he can use that sword to kill a level 15 expert. Moreover, he can use that sword to ignore the pressure of spacetime and the spacetime abyss. He can even use that sword to enter the 7th layer of spacetime and ignore the spacetime black hole there. Daoyuo Tian frowned slightly. He can use that sword to kill a level 15 expert? Yi Yao nodded. Yes. Daoyuo Tian said solemnly. It seems like he really is from a level 7 civilization. Meanwhile, Desolate Xing spoke abruptly. Those 3 humans. When he spoke up to this point, he exchanged glances with Daoyuo Tian, and then he said solemnly, we can't allow them to fall into the hands of the illusion race. As he spoke, he turned to look at the expert from the Exalted clan. Do you have portraits of them? The expert from the Exalted clan nodded. Yes, because the illusion race has sent people to search for them. As he spoke, he waved his right hand lightly, and then 3 portraits appeared before them. Daoyuo Tian immediately said, send my order. Gather the strength of the entire clan to search for them. Desolate Xing hurriedly said as well. Send my order. Everyone from the ancient Daoyuo clan is to stop what they're doing and search for them with all our strength. The experts from both clans retreated. On the other hand, Desolate Xing and Daoyuo Tian became excited. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. They had escaped from a level 7 civilization. It was time to change their destiny. End of this chapter. Chapter 1888. In the Xiaota, Yixian stood silently as the space-time overlapped in front of him. Space-time overlapped. Soon he overlapped the first to the fourth space-time. However, he didn't stop there. He continued to overlap. And the sixth space-time. It was very difficult, because the sixth space-time was as dense as the previous few space-times combined. Now he wanted to overlap the sixth space-time with the previous space-times. The difficulty was obvious. Most importantly, he didn't use the green profound sword this time. Because the green profound sword was breaking through, he was relying on his own strength. Time passed bit by bit. In front of Yixian, the sixth layer of space-time began to overlap with the space-time in front of him. Yixian's face gradually turned pale, because the space-time in front of him began to become unstable. Gradually, cold sweat appeared on Yixian's forehead. After an unknown period of time, Yixian suddenly pressed his right hand down. Bang! The space-time overlapped in front of him. In an instant, an invisible space-time pressure swept out from the space-time in front of him, and the Xiaota trembled violently. At this moment, the Xiaota hurriedly said, "Young master, don't do anything rash." Yixian waved his right hand lightly, and the space-time in front of him returned to normal. Yixian took a deep breath. Although he was only at the 10th stage, with this move he wouldn't feel any pressure even if he fought a 15th stage powerhouse, even without the green profound sword. He didn't completely rely on the green profound sword. The green profound sword was equivalent to a medium for him to communicate with the space-time. Without the green profound sword, he wouldn't be able to escape into the space-time. Now he could enter the sixth space-time even without the green profound sword. Of course, without the green profound sword, he wouldn't be able to ignore the space-time pressure and the space-time abyss. At this moment he actually understood why Qing forged the green profound sword for him. To increase his combat strength? That was definitely one of the reasons. Qing Er's real purpose was to let him learn from the green profound sword. The green profound sword was his best teacher. A smile appeared on the corners of Yixian's mouth when he thought of this, and his heart felt warm. The younger sister was definitely the biological younger sister, but the father might not necessarily be the biological father. After a while, Yixian left Xiaota. He did not attempt to fold and fuse the 7th spacetime, because the 7th spacetime was too terrifying. It wasn't something he could control right now. As soon as he left Xiaota, Huanming appeared in front of him. Glancing at Yixian, Huanming said with a smile, "Young Master Yi has become stronger." Yixian smiled. "Senior Phantom, let's go to the illusory tribe." Huanming hesitated for a moment, then told him about the exalted celestial world. After listening to Huanming, Yixian fell silent. After a while he looked at Huanming and said, "I'm sorry." Huanming shook his head. "Young Master Yi, please don't say that. If it wasn't for Senior Suqiong, I'm afraid it would have been difficult for me to break through in this lifetime. To me, I owe her a new lease on life." Yixian spoke in a low voice. "What do you plan to do now, Senior?" Huanming hesitated for a moment and said, "Young Master Yi, your older sister gave me some advice." Yixian frowned slightly. "My older sister?" Huanming nodded. "Your older sister." Yixian spoke in a low voice. "Senior, please describe her appearance." Huanming opened his palm, and the space above his palm suddenly warped. It didn't take long for the image of a woman to appear above his palm. Yixian was stunned when he saw the woman. "Sister Nian." "Sister Nian is actually here." Yixian hurriedly asked, "Senior, where is she now?" "Please continue to the next page." Huanming smiled bitterly. "I don't know." Yixian shook his head and smiled. "Sister Nian is really something. Since she's here, why didn't she see me? And 2. He naturally hadn't forgotten this younger sister of his. However, he hadn't heard any news about them in a very, very long time. However, he believed that the two of them definitely wouldn't be doing too badly. What a joke! One of them was Sister Nian, who even Qing had taken a liking to, and the other was the clone of the first Qing How could they possibly be doing badly? Huan Ming told Yi Xian about Nian Nian's plan. Yi Xian was speechless when he heard that. Why is Sister Nian still so devious? She's asking the ancient exalted clan and the desolate antiquity sect to search for Qing, dad and big brother? That's too devious. Huan Ming suddenly asked, Young Master Yi, will Senior Su Qiong and the others get angry if I do that? Yi Xian smiled. They won't. Huan Ming instantly heaved a sigh of relief. Yi Xian gazed at Huan Ming. Senior, have they really gone to search for them? Huan Ming nodded. According to my people, they've started searching with all their might for Senior Su Qiong and the others. I just don't know if they've found them yet. Yi Xian fell silent for a moment, and then he seemed to have thought of something, and his expression suddenly changed. This isn't good. If they can't find them, then they'll definitely come looking for me. Huan Ming's expression changed slightly as well. That seems to be the case. Yi Xian was about to speak when an expert from the illusion race suddenly appeared in front of him. The expert bowed slightly and said, Patriarch, young Master Yi, the patriarch of the ancient exalted clan and the master of the desolate antiquity sect are rushing over here. Yi Xian's face fell when he had heard that. Huan Ming's eyes narrowed slightly. They're rushing over here? The expert nodded. Yes. Huan Ming turned to look at Yi Xian. Young Master Yi, you're probably their target. We'll escort you away Yi Xian suddenly smiled. Where to? Huan Ming fell silent. Where to? There was nowhere else to go. Huan Ming spoke solemnly. Young Master Yi, you leave first. We'll stop them. Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. Can your illusion race fight too on their own? Huan Ming was about to speak when Yi Xian smiled. I'm their target. They'll definitely not let you go if I leave. He looked up into the sky as he spoke. I'll wait for them. Huan Ming frowned slightly. Wait for them? Yi Xian smiled. I'll wait for them. Huan Ming was slightly puzzled. Young Master Yi. Suddenly, the starry sky in the distance warped, and then a terrifying aura swept over. They're here. A cold light flashed through Huan Ming's eyes. Men! Countless experts of the illusion race appeared behind him as soon as he spoke. Yi Xian suddenly smiled. Senior Huan Ming, tell your clansmen not to attack. Huan Ming glanced at Yi Xian but didn't say anything. If a fight really broke out, he definitely wouldn't sit back and watch. In any case, he was determined to cling to Yi Xian. No one could stop him. At this moment, the space above their heads suddenly split open, and then two people walked out. It was the sect master of the ancient desolation sect, Huanggu Xing, and the patriarch of the ancient exalted clan, Daoyuo Tian. Daoyuo Tian's gaze immediately fell on Yi Xian. You must be young Master Yi. Yi Xian smiled. Yes. Daoyuo Tian stared at Yi Xian. You're waiting for us? This chapter is not over. Please continue. Yi Xian nodded. Daoyuo Tian looked at Yi Xian, a trace of wariness rising in his heart. This human might be from a level 7 civilization. He had never seen a level 7 civilization, but he knew that someone from such a civilization was definitely not simple. At this moment, Huanggu Xing suddenly smiled. Young Master Yi, you know the purpose of our trip, right? Yi Xian nodded. I know. You want to find those 3 people through me, right? Huanggu Xing looked at Yi Xian. Will young Master Yi help us? Yi Xian looked at Huanggu Xing and smiled. If I don't help, what will you do? Huanggu Xing smiled. What do you think we will do, young Master Yi? Yi Xian fell silent. Daoyuo Tian suddenly said, Young Master Yi, we don't want to use force, but we hope that young Master Yi will cooperate with us. As long as young Master Yi is willing to cooperate, we won't hurt young Master Yi. Yi Xian said solemnly, Forgive me for being blunt, but you might not be a match for those 3. He paused for a moment before he continued. Even though they're heavily injured and their strength has been suppressed, they're still not people that ordinary people can deal with. Heavily injured. Their strength has been suppressed. Dao Tian and Huang Guxing exchanged glances, and a wisp of excitement flashed through their eyes. Meanwhile, Dao Tian said, "Young Master Yi, you said they're heavily injured. Can you tell me in detail?" Yi Xian said solemnly, "They're like me. They escaped, and they were heavily injured by an extraordinary force from above, because they stole some divine artifacts from that extraordinary force." Huang Guxing suddenly asked, "What divine artifacts?" Yi Xian glanced at Huang Guxing, and then he said, "I don't know anything else, but I do know that the man in the green robe has a super divine item in his possession. That divine item can directly wipe out the 8th layer of spacetime. Not only that, it can also change the nature of life." Dao Tian's eyes narrowed slightly. "The essence of life?" Yi Xian nodded. "Yes, life is above spacetime." As he spoke, he glanced at Dao Tian and said, "I presume that you've come into contact with the life Dao as well. However, you probably don't know much about it." Dao Tian nodded. "I really don't." Yi Xian said, "That man has some extraordinary divine artifacts in his possession. For example, he has a saint door. If one enters it, then one can reconstruct one's saint physique. Once one attains the saint physique, then one can surpass the spacetime Dao and disregard all spatial pressure, abysses and black holes." The expressions of the experts from Dao Tian became solemn when they heard this. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian said again, "That azure-robed man is badly injured." Dao Tian gazed at Yi Xian. "How severe are his injuries?" Yi Xian fell silent for a short moment before he said, "His current strength isn't even 30% of his peak strength. Those divine artifacts in his possession can't be utilized at all." Huang Guangxing said abruptly, "How can we believe you?" Yi Xian glanced at Huang Guxing, and then he opened his palm. The green profound sword flew over to Dao Tian and said, "Take a look at this sword." Dao Tian glanced at the sword, and then his expression instantly became solemn. "This." Yi Xian gazed at Dao Tian and said, "That green-clothed man was struck down when he fled, and then I took advantage of him. The divine artifacts in his possession are only of the lowest quality. He has at least 100 extraordinary divine artifacts in his possession. Any one of them can completely change one's fate. He's extremely weak right now, so it's the best time to kill him. Once he recovers. All of you understand." He didn't continue speaking at this point. End of this chapter. Chapter 1889. Heavily injured. Dao and Huang Guxing glanced at each other when they heard Yi Xian, and then they didn't hesitate to make their decision. It was an extremely rare opportunity. It was worth it. Right at this moment, the ancestor of the spirit beasts, Yi Yao, suddenly said, "I think there's something fishy about this." Dao and Huang Guxing looked at Yi Yao, and the latter looked at Yi Xian and smiled. "Young Master Yi, why do I feel like you're setting a trap for us? You're asking us to look for that man in green clothes on purpose?" Dao and Huang Guxing looked at Yi Xian, and Yi Xian smiled. "To tell you the truth, I want to work together with all of you because I want to obtain the divine treasures in that man's possession. However, I'm very clearly aware that my strength alone isn't enough, so I'm willing to work together with all of you." Yi Yao stared fixedly at Yi Xian. "There are 3 suspicious points. Firstly, according to my knowledge, the human race was created by the God Clan, and the God Clan is only a level 3 civilization. However, you said that those 3 people are from a level 7 civilization. This doesn't make sense. Secondly, you said that the strength of those 3 people was suppressed when they came to this universe. I'd like to ask how they were suppressed? How were they suppressed? Thirdly, young Master Yi from a level 7 civilization. Why are you so weak? You're only at level 10? Is that reasonable?" The All-Heaven Domain and Primordial Xing frowned when they heard Yi Yao. At this moment, their minds were much clearer. All the experts here looked at Yi Xian, and waited for Yi Xian's explanation. Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. "How laughable! How truly laughable! An ant actually used your knowledge to judge a level 7 civilization. Don't you think it's laughable?" As he spoke, he issued a command in his heart, and the green profound sword in Dao's hand flew over to Yi Yao. "Come, take a look at this sword, and then please explain the space-time Tao contained within it. Yi Yao glanced at the green profound sword in front of him, and his expression gradually became heavy without him realizing it. With another thought, Yi Xian sent the green profound sword directly into the seventh layer of space-time. Not only that, but he himself also followed the green profound sword into the seventh layer of space-time. All the experts in the surroundings revealed solemn expressions when they witnessed this scene. A 10th phase expert entering the seventh layer of space-time? What kind of joke was this? At this time, Yi Xian suddenly took the initiative to enter the space-time abyss of the seventh space-time. After entering the space-time abyss, nothing happened to Yi Xian. The expressions of the members of the ancient desolate clan, an ancient exalted clan, became slightly unsightly when they saw this. This fellow could ignore the abyss of space and time. Yi Yao's expression turned extremely solemn, because the current him couldn't even enter the seventh layer of space-time, let alone the space-time abyss within it. At this moment, Yi Xian returned. He looked at Yi Yao and smiled. Sir, can you explain why I'm immune to the space-time abyss? Yi Yao's expression was slightly ugly. Meanwhile, the all-heaven expert said abruptly, Young Master Yi is willing to work together with us? Yi Xian gazed at the all-heaven expert. I have a condition. The all-heaven expert gazed at Yi Xian. What is it? Yi Xian smiled. That green-clothed man has a white little fellow with him. I want that little fellow. Xiao Tao was at a loss for words. Meanwhile, the desolate clan Xing suddenly asked, What's that? A spirit pet? Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, Sort of. The desolate clan Xing gazed at Yi Xian in silence. Meanwhile, the all-heaven expert spoke abruptly, I agree. Yi Xian gazed at the all-heaven expert. You have to swear. Not only did the all-heaven expert not get angry, he smiled instead. Because the more Yi Xian acted like this, the more it proved that he wanted to help them find the green-clothed man. The all-heaven Tendo said, I swear that if I kill that green-clothed man, then the spirit pet in his possession will belong to you. Yi Xian nodded. It's a pleasure working with you. The all-heaven expert gazed at Yi Xian. It's a pleasure working with you. Meanwhile, the desolate clan Xing said, Take us to him. Yi Xian closed his eyes slowly. Xiao Ta, it's time for you to show off. Xiao Ta spoke in a low voice. Young Master, are you really going to lead them to kill Master? You have to think it through. It's probably quite difficult for us to kill Master with our current strength, unless we call him Big Sister Tianming. Yi Xian's face darkened. Xiao Ta, who exactly gave you the courage to act so arrogantly? Xiao Ta grunted coldly. Young Master, don't look down on me. I was modified by Big Sister Tianming. Yi Xian was speechless. Damn it. So it was Qing, or who gave you the courage? Yi Xian shook his head. Xiao Ta, can you sense where I am? After a moment of silence, Xiao Ta said, I can't contact Master. Yi Xian frowned. At this time, Xiao Ta said, But I have a way to find Master. Yi Xian quickly asked, What way? Xiao Ta said, Xiaoling. She can contact Little White. Hearing this, Yi Xian was stunned. I'm so stupid, I actually forgot about Xiaoling or was in Xiao Ta. Yi Xian quickly contacted Xiaoling. At this time, Xiaoling was planting spiritual fruits in Xiao Ta. She loved to do this every day. Yi Xian looked at the all-heaven expert. Wait a moment. With that, he entered Xiao Ta. Meanwhile, the all-heaven expert frowned when he saw Yi Xian vanish on the spot. Meanwhile, Huanggu Xing spoke via voice transmission. You can't trust everything he says. The all-heaven expert nodded. Of course. So long as he helps us find that green-clothed man, then. When he spoke up to hear, a cold glow flashed through his eyes. Huanggu Xing understood and nodded right away. Once they found that green-clothed man and the others, then Yi Xian would naturally lose his value. Right at this moment, Yi Xian appeared here, and he gazed at Huanggu Xing and the all-heaven expert. Come with me. He paused for a moment and continued. Just in case, please bring all the experts of your clans with you. The all-heaven expert nodded. Of course. Yi Xian nodded, and then he turned around to look at Huan Ming and smiled. Patriarch Huan Ming, we can't continue working together. Huan Ming feigned an unsightly expression. Yi Xian gazed at the all-heaven expert and Huang Guxing. "Come with me." As soon as he finished speaking, he flew up on his sword and vanished into the starry sky in the blink of an eye. The all-heaven expert fell silent for a moment before he said, "Let's go." As soon as he finished speaking, he led the experts of the ancient exalted clan into the starry sky, and Huang Guxing hurriedly led the experts of the ancient exalted clan into the starry sky as well. On the other hand, Ye Yao's brows were knit together tightly. He was comparatively calm, and his intuition told him that there was something fishy about this. However, he had no way to stop exalted heaven and Huang Guxing, because he knew that they wouldn't give up on this opportunity. After all, it was a level 7 civilization. Up until now, they still hadn't laid eyes on a level 7 civilization, and becoming a level 7 civilization was their lifelong goal. Now that they had such an opportunity, they naturally had to seize it. Suddenly Huan Ming said, "Why aren't you going with them and are pondering here instead?" Ye Yao's expression instantly changed drastically, and he gazed at Huan Ming. He was just about to speak when a wisp of a ferocious smile arose on the corners of Huan Ming's mouth. "The enmity of annihilation is absolutely irreconcilable? Who do you think you are?" As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly slapped his palm down. Bang! Ye Yao didn't even have the chance to react before he was blasted into the spatial abyss. Ye Yao descended madly from within the spatial abyss, and his eyes were filled with terror. He wasn't like Yi Xian, so he couldn't disregard the spatial abyss. But now, the experts of the ancient exalted sect had left, so no one paid any attention to him. Despair. Ye Yao fell into despair within the spatial abyss. Huan Ming glanced coldly at Ye Yao. "Who the hell do you think you are? You can't even compare to half of young Master Ye's intelligence, yet you dare to speak about taking revenge?" As soon as he finished speaking, he led his clansmen away. It didn't take long for Ye Yao to be completely annihilated. Yi Xian was flying through the boundless starry sky while Huang Guxing and Huang Guxing weren't too far away from him. Meanwhile, Huang Guxing suddenly said, "Young Master Yi, can you tell us about that green-clothed man and those two others? We want to get to know them." Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, "That green-clothed man's skin is extremely thick, shameless, and wretched. You must be careful if you encounter him because he's truly shameless." Xiao Tao was at a loss for words. Huang Guxing gazed at Yi Xian. "What we want to know is his strength." Yi Xian said, "Actually, his strength isn't particularly terrifying. The most terrifying thing about him is his shamelessness. He acts extremely shamelessly, so you must be careful if you encounter him." Huang Guxing glanced at Yi Xian. "Is he very shameless?" Yi Xian spoke seriously. "Extremely." Huang Guxing laughed. "Now I'm quite curious." Yi Xian was about to speak when Huang Guxing suddenly asked, "Where's that green-clothed man now?" Yi Xian gazed towards the end of the starry sky and spoke softly. "I don't know the specifics, but I can find him." Huang Guxing glanced at Yi Xian and didn't say anything else. Yi Xian suddenly sped up. About a day later, Yi Xian and the others arrived at an unknown starfield. A starfield very far from the exalted ancient world. Huang Guxing's eyes flashed with wariness. "Young Master Yi, where are we?" Yi Xian shook his head. "I don't know." Huang Guxing looked at Yi Xian. "You don't know?" Yi Xian gazed into the distance, whispering, "We're almost there." "Almost there." All Heaven Celestial was just about to speak when Desolate Xing's voice suddenly resounded within his mind. "Be careful." Huang Guxing nodded. At this time, Yi Xian disappeared into the distance on his sword. Huang Guxing glanced at Yi Xian in the distance. "Let's go." About 2 hours later, Yi Xian suddenly said excitedly, "Everyone, I can already sense his aura." Saying so, his speed suddenly exploded. Behind him, Huang Guxing narrowed his eyes. "Everyone get ready." With that, he led the exalted ancient clan in pursuit. Huang Guxing also hurriedly led the experts of his sect and followed closely behind. For hours later, Yi Xian suddenly stopped. He looked into the distance and said excitedly, "Found it." At the edge of the starry sky, there were 2 swordsmen. One of them was a swordsman dressed in a green robe, while the other was dressed in a white robe. At this moment, the corners of grand overarching heaven's mouth curled into a smile. and he waved his hand. Stop those two swordsmen. With that, the exalted clan experts behind him charged forward, quickly surrounding the two swordsmen. Chapter 1890. They were stunned. Regardless of whether it was the swordsman or the green-clothed man, both of them were slightly stunned. How did we get surrounded? Meanwhile, the green-clothed man turned around to gaze at Yi Xian, and his face instantly fell when he saw Yi Xian. That unfilial son. Yi Xian was speechless. The swordsman glanced at Yi Xian and grinned. He had a good impression of Yi Xian, and the little fellow was to his liking. Meanwhile, Huanggu and Xing from Exalted Heaven appeared in front of the green-clothed man, and they stared fixedly at the green-clothed man. Show yourself. As soon as the voice resounded, two old men appeared behind the green-clothed man and swordsman. Both of them were actually at the 17th rank, and their gazes had descended onto the green-clothed man. Their divine sense had locked onto the green-clothed man, and they would attack immediately if the green-clothed man moved in the slightest. Huanggu's eyes were filled with surprise when he witnessed this scene. Both of them were supreme elders of the ancient Exalted clan, and they'd been in closed-door cultivation for a few hundreds of thousands of years. He hadn't expected that Exalted Heaven would actually summon them. They're really going all out. Meanwhile, Exalted Heaven suddenly said, "Attack! Attack right away. The first to strike gains the upper hand." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly clenched his right fist and smashed it forward. This fist shot straight towards the green-clothed man's head. The formidable force contained within his fist caused the starry sky in the surroundings to seethe. The green-clothed man frowned slightly. "What's wrong with you?" As soon as he finished speaking, he flicked his thumb lightly. Hiss. A ray of light flashed, and then the others didn't even have the chance to react before it stabbed into the center of the Exalted Heaven's forehead. In an instant, the surroundings fell silent. An instant kill? The Exalted Heaven is a 17th rank expert. He was instantly killed just like that? All the experts here were flabbergasted. On the other hand, Exalted Heaven's eyes were opened wide, and they were filled with disbelief. Who am I? What's wrong with me? At this moment, the minds of the Exalted Heaven had gone blank. On the other side, Huanggu recovered from his shock, and then he gazed at Yi Xian and shouted furiously, "Human! How dare you deceive us? He's not seriously injured at all." Yi Xian blinked. "I apologize to you. Sorry I lied." Huanggu Xing's lungs almost exploded with rage when he heard this. He glared fixedly at Yi Xian, and then he looked at the green-clothed man and bowed slightly. "Sir, this is a misunderstanding. This is a huge misunderstanding." As he spoke, he pointed angrily at Yi Xian. "It's all because of this person. This person said that you were heavily injured, so he asked us to join forces to kill you." "You," the azure-clothed man suddenly said. "He's my son." Huang Guang's expression froze. Yi Xian looked at Huanggu Xing. "Are you trying to sow discord between us?" Huanggu Xing turned around and ran. Father and son? He knew that they had been tricked. At this moment, a sword suddenly pierced through his forehead. Chi. Huanggu Xing's body froze, and then his body and soul disappeared bit by bit. At this time, the surrounding experts also came to their senses and fled. The green-robed man suddenly drew his sword and swept. Hiss, 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 hiss. In an instant, tens of thousands of heads flew into the air while blood sprayed through the starry sky like fountains. It was an extremely bloody scene. Amongst them included the two 17th phase super experts. A single strike. The ancient Exalted clan had been annihilated. The ancient Desolate sect had been annihilated. Exalted Celestial and Desolate Xing, who were still alive, were completely dumbfounded by the scene before them. We'd come all the way here to give our lives away. As if he'd thought of something, Exalted Heaven suddenly gazed at Yi Xian and spoke resentfully. Human! I curse you! I curse you to die a horrible death. Meanwhile, the green-clothed man spoke abruptly. Are you treating me like I don't exist? Exalted Heaven gazed at the green-clothed man, and was about to speak when the green-clothed man casually swung his sword. Hiss! Exalted Heaven was instantly annihilated. The green-clothed man remained expressionless. You're cursing my son? What nonsense! As he spoke, he swung his sword once more. Huang Guang was instantly annihilated. Yi Xian chuckled and hurriedly tried to flatter the green-clothed man. Father is invincible. The green-clothed man turned to gaze at Yi Xian, and he fell silent for a moment before he said, "For the first time, I feel that you're truly formidable. You actually brought your enemies here." "Of course, I admire your enemies even more. They actually followed you to find me. Why are your enemies so stupid? Can you explain it to me?" Yi Xian was at a loss for words. The green-clothed man sighed softly. "If you continue playing like this, then when will you be able to surpass the three of us? Tell me, do you have a chance to surpass us?" Yi Xian hesitated for a moment before he said, "I should be able to if I work hard." The green-clothed man glared angrily at Yi Xian. "Are you talking about shamelessness? If it's shamelessness, then there's no need for you to work hard. You've already surpassed it." Meanwhile, Xiao Ta suddenly said, "Master, I Xiao Ta can't bear to watch any longer. Didn't young master inherit his shamelessness from you?" Yi Xian was at a loss for words. The green-clothed man opened his palm, and Xiao Ta appeared in his hand. He looked at Xiao Ta and nodded slightly. "Impressive. Impressive. After Xiao Ta followed you, it's like he's changed towers." As he spoke, he suddenly took out a whip and lashed out. "Oh!" Xiao Ta howled in pain. The green-clothed man glanced at Xiao Ta, and then lashed out with his whip again. "Ah!" With a shrill cry, Xiao Ta was sent flying to the end of the starry sky. The green-clothed man looked at Yi Xian, and Yi Xian's expression changed slightly, and he hurriedly said, "Father, I really didn't want to bring them here to find you. They forced me to bring them here to find you." The green-clothed man just looked at Yi Xian, and didn't say anything. Yi Xian was a little flustered from being stared at like that. Intuition told him that the situation was not good. At this moment, the green-clothed man suddenly said, "I feel that you've been living too comfortably." Yi Xian's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly said, "Father, I promise I won't come looking for you anymore. I'll take Xiao Ta away now." After saying that, he was about to slip away. At this moment, a sword intent directly locked him in place. Yi Xian smiled bitterly and hurriedly looked at Swordsman beside him. "Big brother," Swordsman hesitated, and then said, "It's not my place to interfere in the matters between you and your father." Yi Xian was speechless. At this moment, Xiao Ta, who was at the end of the starry sky, suddenly said, "Young master, call Sister Tianming." Yi Xian's face was full of black lines. "Damn, Xiao Ta, can't you be more observant? I'm going to die because of you." As expected, the green-clothed man's expression instantly turned cold when he heard Xiao Ta's words, and he directly lashed out with his whip. At the end of the starry sky, Xiao Ta let out another shrill cry, and the cry grew further and further away. Yi Xian shook his head repeatedly when he saw this. "Xiao Ta, oh, Xiao Ta, you should be a little more careful." The green-clothed man looked at Yi Xian, and Yi Xian hurriedly said, "Father, I know I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. From today onwards, I'll rely on myself. I'll never—" "Shut up," the green-clothed man suddenly said. "Do you think I'll believe your nonsense?" Yi Xian was speechless. The green-clothed man sized up Yi Xian, and he fell silent for a moment before he said, "I'll send you to a place." A trace of uneasiness arose in Yi Xian's heart. "Where?" the green-clothed man said indifferently. "You'll know when you get there. Go there and properly train your sword Dao. Of course, to prevent you from being flashy again, I'll have to seal your sword." As soon as he finished speaking, he opened his palm, and the green profound sword fell into his hand. At this moment, the green profound sword had not completely broken through. The green-clothed man's right hand exerted force slightly. Buzz! The green profound sword let out a sword cry, and a powerful aura surged out from the sword. In an instant, the surrounding space became illusory. Even the 8th layer of space became illusory. "I've broken through." Yi Xian was overjoyed. Meanwhile, the green-clothed man suddenly flipped his palm, and the green profound sword directly sank into the space between Yi Xian's brows. Boom! Yi Xian's body shook violently, and he was slightly stunned. But soon his expression changed. He could not sense Xiao Han. The green profound sword had been sealed. The green-clothed man suddenly said. If your sword Dao can break through, the seal on this sword will automatically be removed. Yi Xian spoke in a low voice. Father, where are you sending me? The green-clothed man turned around to glance at Qin Shi, and this glance was able to see through all the territories in the world. After a short moment he withdrew his gaze. A place that's extremely dangerous for you. Yi Xian hurriedly said. Can you give me a few days? I need to deal with some personal matters. The green-clothed man replied. There's no need. As he spoke he opened his right hand, and Xiao Tao appeared within it. He suddenly clenched his right hand, causing Xiao Tao to tremble violently, and then the strange space within Xiao Tao's world was instantly sealed by him. In other words, Xiao Tao wasn't a paradise for cultivation any longer, because it couldn't stay like it was 10 years in the outside world any longer. The green-clothed man gazed at Xiao Tao in his hand. If you're still so arrogant the next time I see you, then I'll break your legs. As he spoke, he placed Xiao Tao in front of Yi Xian. Both of you better think about it. As he finished speaking, without waiting for Yi Xian to speak, he gently waved his right hand, and a sword ray tore through the starry sky. The next moment, Yi Xian and Xiao Tao were directly sent away by this sword ray. After Yi Xian and Xiao Tao were sent away, the green-clothed man sighed softly. Beside him, Swordsman smiled and asked, What's wrong? The green-clothed man said softly, Heavens will has opened up too many shortcuts for this little guy, and this isn't a good thing. Swordsman was silent. The green-clothed man sighed softly. This little guy was getting more and more fancy. Most importantly, when he encountered difficulties, this little guy didn't think of using strength to solve them, but instead used some crooked ideas. He really didn't expect that Yi Xian would bring the enemy right in front of him. This kind of operation left him dumbfounded. At this moment, Swordsman suddenly asked, Where did you send him? The green-clothed man thought about it and said, A place far away from heaven's will. Not only that, I've also completely concealed his aura and sealed his sword. Now Tianming shouldn't be able to sense him. As soon as he finished speaking, a woman in a plain dress suddenly stopped in a mysterious galaxy. She turned her head and glanced at him before turning to leave. Chapter 1891. When Yi Xian woke up, his head felt like it was filled with lead. It was extremely heavy. Yi Xian shook his head with all his might. After his head cleared up a little, he slowly opened his eyes and looked around. At that moment he was in the middle of a battlefield. There were corpses and blood everywhere. The air was filled with the nauseating smell of blood, and the smell of rotting corpses. Where is this? Yi Xian frowned. Where did Pop send me to? As if he thought of something, Yi Xian closed his eyes. After a while his face turned ugly. He couldn't contact little Hun. The green profound sword was really sealed. At that moment, a weak voice suddenly sounded in front of Yi Xian. Young master. It was Xiao Tao's voice. Yi Xian looked at his chest. Xiao Tao was lying on his chest. At that moment, Xiao Tao was in a miserable state. His whole body was cracked. It could be said that he was covered with cuts and bruises. Yi Xian shook his head and sighed. Xiao Tao, I don't think I'm fit to be your young master. Actually, he was also speechless. This Xiao Tao was too arrogant. He actually dared to talk back to Pops. Was he crazy? Who was Pops? Based on the current situation, Pops was also an invincible existence. At that moment, Xiao Tao suddenly said in a deep voice, There's still a gap between me and Master. Yi Xian shook his head. This Xiao Tao was already hopeless. A gap? He was so thick-skinned that even he was about to concede defeat. At that moment Xiao Tao said again, Young Master, what should we do now? What should we do? Yi Xian looked around helplessly. What else can we do? From now on, I'll be a low-key person and you'll be a low-key pagoda. Xiao Tao said in a deep voice, I think under the 3 swords, young master and I are still invincible. Yi Xian immediately fainted. This Xiao Tao was hopeless. Suddenly, footsteps sounded from behind him. Yi Xian was startled and turned around. Not far away, a woman was slowly walking over. Not human. Although she wasn't human, her appearance wasn't much different from a human's. However, the woman's ears were a little like a fox's, and they were furry. His hair was not black, but blue. Behind the woman, there were a few burly men. Yi Xian was secretly on his guard. His father would definitely not send him to a world with an extremely low level of civilization. This place was at least a level 7 civilization. As for the woman in front of him, he could not see through her at all. The woman sized up Yi Xian and spoke. However, Yi Xian had no idea what she was talking about. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment. "Miss, can you speak human language?" Hearing Yi Xian's words, the woman frowned. A moment later, a voice sounded in Yi Xian's mind. "What kind of creature are you? Why are you here?" Divine sense communication. Yi Xian's expression became even more solemn. She was actually able to enter his divine sense without a sound. When she saw that Yi Xian didn't reply, the woman frowned slightly. "Why aren't you replying?" When he saw that the woman's expression was hostile, Yi Xian hurriedly said, "Human." "Human?" The woman sized up Yi Xian again and said, "I've never heard of you." Yi Xian glanced at the woman. "How should I address you, miss?" The woman looked at Yi Xian and didn't speak. Yi Xian was in a difficult position. This woman wouldn't have taken a liking to me, right? At this moment, the woman suddenly said, "You humans are too ugly." Yi Xian was speechless. The woman continued, "Not only are you ugly, but you're also so weak." At this moment, Xiao Ta suddenly said, "Young master, how can we tolerate this? Hit her." Yi Xian directly disregarded Xiao Ta. He cupped his fists and said, "Miss, where are we?" The woman gazed at Yi Xian. "You don't know where we are?" Yi Xian nodded. The woman's eyes narrowed slightly. "Then why have you appeared here?" Yi Xian was about to speak when the sky in the distance suddenly seethed. Yi Xian turned around and looked over. A powerful wave of pressure swept over from afar. And then a man walked out from within space. The man wore golden armor and held a spear in his hand. Moreover, a pair of wings grew on his back, and as they flapped, the space around him rippled like water. The woman's expression instantly turned cold when she saw this man, and the expressions of the two experts behind her became solemn. The armored man's gaze descended onto the woman, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. "Miss Aerosheng, what a coincidence." The woman called Aerosheng chuckled lightly. "Yen Emperor, looks like your Yen clan is interested in this restricted area as well." Yen Huang laughed. "Likewise." Aerosheng smiled faintly. "Shall we cooperate?" Yen Huang glanced at Aerosheng and said with a smile, "Sure." Aerosheng turned to Yi Xian. "You're new here, and I believe you have nowhere to go. Why don't you follow me? What do you think?" Yi Xian quickly shook his head, and was about to refuse when Aerosheng spoke again. "This place is called 10 Directions Impasse. Do you see the corpses around you? They were all 18 stages when they were alive." 18 stages. Yi Xian's expression changed. "Damn it. What kind of damn place did my dad send me to? 18 stages are like ants? This is my real dad." Yi Xian was speechless. Aerosheng asked again, "What do you think?" Yi Xian looked at Aerosheng. "I'll follow you." Aerosheng smiled and looked at Yen Huang. "Let's go." Yen Huang looked at Yi Xian and nodded. The group started walking away. They had only taken a few steps when the ground on their right suddenly trembled. The next moment, a rotten corpse suddenly broke through the ground and headed straight for Aerosheng and the others. Wherever this rotten corpse passed, the 7th layer of space-time was directly shattered and annihilated. Seeing this, Yi Xian's expression changed. What the hell is this? How could it be so terrifying? Yen Huang suddenly stabbed out with his spear. Boom. The zombie was erased by the spear. Instant kill. Yi Xian took a deep look at the Yen Emperor and Aoyuosheng, who were leading the group. The strength of these two people might have reached level 20. What kind of place is this? Yi Xian frowned. He was a little worried about his own survival at the moment. He was only a 10th stage now, and the green profound sword was sealed by his dad. Right now he was too weak, way too weak. That rotten corpse just now could have killed him in an instant. My dear dad. Yi Xian sighed. His dad only knew to send him to a dangerous place. He definitely didn't think about how dangerous this place was, or his current strength. At this moment, the Yen Emperor and Aerosheng, who were in the lead, suddenly stopped. Yi Xian looked around and frowned. His instincts told him that there was danger. As soon as this thought came to mind, the space around them suddenly trembled. Then the space around them started to corrode bit by bit. Danger. Yi Xian's expression became serious. What kind of place is this? At this moment, the Yen Emperor suddenly stomped his right foot lightly. Boom. The wings on the Yen Emperor's back suddenly flapped. And in an instant, the space he was in was directly enveloped by a mysterious airflow. At the same time, Arlasheng suddenly pressed down with her right hand. And in an instant, the space she and the two old men behind her were in was enveloped by a layer of golden light. As if thinking of something, Arlasheng looked at Yi Xian. Right now, the space around Yi Xian was completely corroded. In a few breaths, he would disappear from this world. Yi Xian's expression was calm, but he was panicking inside. What should I do? He wanted to summon the green profound sword, but he couldn't sense little soul. At this moment, Arlasheng, who was next to him, suddenly pressed down lightly with her right hand, and Yi Xian was instantly enveloped by a golden light. Yi Xian relaxed. He looked at Arlasheng and smiled. Thank you. Arlasheng smiled. You're welcome. Yan Huang glanced at Yi Xian but didn't say anything. Hee hee. Right at this moment, a cold and strange laughter suddenly sounded from the side. Yi Xian turned his head to look. Not far away, the ground there suddenly split open. Then a skeleton slowly floated out. The skeleton held a bone blade in its hand. Seeing this skeleton, Arlasheng frowned. Undead Emperor. The skeleton looked at Arlasheng. You know of me? Arlasheng looked at the undead emperor. 1,000,000 years ago, I was invincible in the realm of Seamless. Haha. The undead emperor laughed. I didn't think that after 1,000,000 years, someone would still know of me. Not bad, not bad. Aluosheng said in a deep voice. Why are you here? The undead emperor smiled. I want to obtain the 10 directions God Emperor's inheritance. Arosa's gaze fell upon the undead emperor's feet. There was a blood-red chain around the undead emperor's feet. Seeing this, Arlasheng's expression darkened. Retreat. Retreat. Just as she was about to leave with the two elders behind her, the space around them suddenly turned blood-red. Then, countless blood-red chains suddenly flew out from the space around them. The Yen Emperor in the lead narrowed his eyes. He suddenly leaped up and slashed down with the spear in his hand. However, this attack was completely useless. A blood-red chain pierced through the center of his brows and forcefully locked him on the spot. On the other side, Arlasheng was about to leave with the two elders behind her, but she was too slow. 3 blood-red chains locked the 3 of them in place. They didn't even have a chance to resist. Yi Xian, on the other hand, was more sensible. When the blood-red chains appeared, he stretched out his hands and obediently let the blood-red chains lock him up. No resistance. Surrender. Right at this moment, the sound of footsteps suddenly rang out from the side. Everyone turned around to look, and they saw a little girl walking over slowly from nearby. The little girl wasn't wearing shoes, and she wore a red dress. Upon closer inspection, the dress was formed from blood. On the right side of the little girl's face, there was a deep scar that made the little girl look somewhat ferocious. In the little girl's right hand, there was a dagger made of blood. Seeing the little girl, the undead emperor immediately knelt on the ground and trembled. The little girl walked in front of the fire emperor. She looked up at him and opened her palm. 10 billion soul crystals. Seeing this, Yi Xian's eyelids twitched. Damn, is this a female bandit? But what the hell is a soul crystal? The fire emperor looked at the little girl. None. The little girl suddenly waved her right hand. In an instant, the fire emperor was directly dismembered into tens of thousands of pieces. Even his soul was dismembered. Yi Xian was dumbfounded. That's it. Such a powerful super expert was killed just like that? The little girl walked in front of Arlasheng. She looked at Arlasheng and opened her right hand. 10 billion. Arlasheng was silent for a moment. I don't have it on me. Can I have someone send it over? The little girl nodded. Sure. As she said this, she looked at the two elders behind Arlasheng. The two elders hurriedly looked at Arlasheng. Arlasheng remained silent. 1 million soul crystals. This number was simply too large. What were soul crystals? They were soul essences condensed from souls. Most importantly, not all souls could be condensed into soul essences. Only those who had reached at least the 15th phase could condense soul crystals. 1 million soul crystals. This meant that at least 1 million 15th phase and above experts had to be killed. Seeing that Erosheng didn't say anything, the two elders' faces turned ashen. At this time, the little girl waved her right hand, and the two elders were dismembered into tens of thousands of pieces. The little girl walked in front of Yi Xian. When she saw Yi Xian, she frowned. So weak. Yi Xian. The little girl stretched out her right hand. 1 million soul crystals. Yi Xian shook his head. I don't have it. The little girl looked at Yi Xian. Have someone send it over. Yi Xian didn't say anything. The little girl was about to move. At this time, Yi Xian hurriedly said, I'll have someone send it over. As he said this, he slowly closed his eyes. Xiaoling, tell Xiaobai to contact Dad and tell him that I've been kidnapped. Have him pay 2 million soul crystals to redeem me. A moment later, in an unknown galaxy, a man in a green robe suddenly stopped. Beside him, the swordsman asked, What's wrong? The green robe man was expressionless. He's been kidnapped. Let me pay him back. The swordsman. Chapter 1892. He was kidnapped. Swordsman's expression was a little strange. The green-robed man sighed softly. This guy, Swordsman smiled. He must have encountered some kind of trouble. Should we go and take a look? The green-robed man hesitated for a moment, then shook his head. Let him solve it himself. Swordsman said. He probably can't solve it, that's why he came to you. The green-robed man shook his head and sighed. Brother Xiao, we don't have much time. He must grow up. If Tianming and I still help him like this, he will never grow up. Swordsman thought for a moment, then nodded. That's true. The green-robed man said. Let's go. Swordsman hesitated for a moment, then said. Let's wait and see. Swordsman shook his head and smiled. Clearly the green-robed man was still worried. 10th extremity. The little girl in the red dress sat on a rock, her two little feet swaying gently. In her hand, there was a half-eaten spirit fruit. In front of the little girl, the undead emperor was dancing. That's right. A skeleton was dancing, and it was quite a good dance. It had to be said that the scene was very strange. Meanwhile, Erosheng's expression was extremely solemn. Who was this undead emperor? 1,000,000 years ago, he was already invincible in the seamless realm. And now such an invincible powerhouse was actually dancing here. Who was this little girl in the red dress? Was she the 10th god emperor? Erosheng's heart was full of doubts, but she didn't dare to ask for fear of angering the little girl. Not long after, an old man came to the 10th extremity. The old man walked in front of Erosheng and respectfully handed over a storage ring. Inside the ring, there were 10 billion soul crystals. Erosheng handed the storage ring to the little girl. The little girl glanced at it, then put it away and said, Let's go. Erosheng nodded slightly, then turned and left. When passing by Yi Xian, she suddenly stopped and turned to look at Yi Xian. Where's your family? Hearing this, Yi Xian suddenly felt sad. Because his father didn't reply. Erosheng gently patted Yi Xian's shoulder. Take care. With that, she quickly disappeared into the distance without looking back. At this moment, the little girl looked at Yi Xian and did not say anything. Yi Xian didn't say anything. At this time, the little girl got up and walked in front of Yi Xian. The spirit fruit in her hand had turned into a dagger. It was this dagger that had dismembered the Yan Emperor into tens of thousands of pieces. The little girl looked at Yi Xian. Popper. As she spoke, she was about to attack. However, Yi Xian suddenly said, Wait. The little girl stared at Yi Xian without saying anything. But Yi Xian could already feel a terrifying killing intent. Yi Xian opened his palm, and Xiaotao appeared in his hand. Take a look and see if this is worth 10 billion soul crystals. Xiaotao immediately jumped up. Young master, you're too much. You actually sold it to me. Yi Xian. In front of Yi Xian, The little girl glanced at Xiao Ta and frowned. After a while, she shook her head. It's not worth it. Hearing this, Xiao Ta was furious. You actually said that I'm not worth it? I'm the #1 pagoda in the universe. Yi Xian hurriedly nodded. The #1 pagoda in the universe, I can testify. The little girl sized up Xiao Ta and shook her head again. It's useless. Yi Xian. Xiao Ta still wanted to say something, but the little girl suddenly slashed down with her dagger. Boom. Xiao Ta trembled violently and was directly sent flying. However, he was not damaged. The little girl frowned slightly when she witnessed this scene. She opened her palm, and the tiny pagoda appeared in her hand. She sized up the tiny pagoda, and in the next moment, she entered the tiny pagoda's world. In Xiao Ta's world, the little girl looked around. Very quickly, she seemed to have discovered something, and her brows furrowed again. After a while, the little girl's eyes narrowed. She discovered a seal. The seal left behind by the green-robed man. Suddenly, the little girl slashed down with her dagger. Boom. The surrounding space suddenly shook violently, but that seal did not have any reaction. After a moment of silence, the little girl left Xiao Ta. She just looked at Yi Xian, not saying anything. Yi Xian's scalp went numb from her stare. This woman had no way of breaking the seal left behind by his father, but she was definitely not someone he could fight against at the moment. The little girl suddenly turned around and left. Yi Xian frowned, a little confused. At the side, the undead emperor took a deep look at Yi Xian, and then hurriedly followed after the little girl. Yi Xian was a little confused. Why did the little girl suddenly stop? He had actually already felt this little girl's killing intent. She wanted to kill him, but for some reason she stopped. Without thinking too much, Yi Xian decided to escape. He had just taken a few steps when a voice suddenly spoke up from the side. If I were you, I would stay here. Yi Xian turned around and saw that the undead emperor had returned. Yi Xian asked in a low voice, Why? The undead emperor said calmly, There are undead everywhere outside. If you go out, you will be instantly dismembered. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment, and then asked, Senior, who is that little girl? The undead emperor shook her head. I don't know. Yi Xian frowned. You don't know? The undead emperor nodded. I have been here for 800,000 years, but I know nothing about her. 800,000 years. Upon hearing this, Yi Xian's eyelids twitched. This girl had been imprisoned here for 800,000 years. The undead emperor glanced at Yi Xian. I don't know why she hasn't killed you, but remember, don't make her angry. Don't ever make her angry. Otherwise, the consequences will be severe. After saying this, the undead emperor turned around and left. Yi Xian raised his head and saw a black cloud floating above his head. Apart from that, there was nothing else. A moment later, Yi Xian walked off into the distance. After passing through a narrow cave, Yi Xian's expression drastically changed. Not too far away from him was a boundless sea of blood. He couldn't even see the end of it, and the little girl was sitting right next to the sea of blood. The undead emperor followed her from afar. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment, before walking over to the little girl's side. Seeing this, the undead emperor's mouth twitched. Was this guy trying to get himself killed? In the distance, the little girl turned to look at Yi Xian. Yi Xian directly took out a stick of candied hawthorn and handed it to the little girl. The little girl furrowed her eyebrows. What is it? Yi Xian said in a serious tone. Candied hawthorn. The little girl glanced at Yi Xian, but didn't say anything. Yi Xian hurriedly said, It's delicious. After a moment of silence, the little girl accepted the candied hawthorn and licked it. Her eyes instantly widened, and the next moment, she hurriedly licked it again. Yi Xian heaved a sigh of relief. Damn, this candied hawthorn was truly a divine artifact. Fortunately, he had prepared several bundles of candied hawthorn. It could save his life at a critical moment. Yi Xian looked at the little girl. Does it taste good? The little girl nodded. Sure. Yi Xian took out another candied hawthorn and handed it to the little girl. Eat this candied hawthorn, and we'll be good friends from now on. This caused the undead emperor to widen her eyes in shock. Had this guy gone crazy? Become friends with this little girl? At this moment, the little girl took the candied hawthorn from Yi Xian's hands. Friends? Yi Xian nodded. Do you have any friends? The little girl shook her head. No, Yi Xian hurriedly said. Then I'll be your friend from now on. The little girl glanced at Yi Xian. Okay. The undead emperor almost fainted upon hearing this. Friends? Damn. This guy used a candied hawthorn to become friends with this little girl? The undead emperor felt like his brain wasn't enough to process this. Yi Xian sat down next to the little girl and smiled. My name is Yi Xian. What's your name? The little girl said, Blood Eye. Blood Eye. Yi Xian smiled and then asked, Can you leave? Blood Eye shook his head. No, Yi Xian said in a low voice. There's a barrier? Blood Eye nodded. Yes. Yi Xian frowned. You're so powerful, but you can't break it? Blood Eye said softly. I'm injured. Injured. Yi Xian sized up Blood Eye and then said, How long will it take for you to recover? Blood Eye shook his head. I won't recover. Yi Xian didn't quite understand. Why? Blood Eye turned to glance at Yi Xian but didn't say anything. Yi Xian was about to speak when Blood Eye suddenly said, Friends? Yi Xian looked at Blood Eye, and Blood Eye stared back at Yi Xian. You and I are friends. Yi Xian nodded. Yes. Blood Eye nodded slightly. Friends should help each other, right? Yi Xian was just about to nod when he suddenly realized that something was off. Seeing that Yi Xian didn't reply, Blood Eye narrowed his eyes. You don't treat me as a friend? In an instant, the nearby sea of blood started to seethe, and boundless killing intent filled the entire sky. Off to the side, the undead emperor immediately crawled down and trembled in fear. Yi Xian hurriedly said, Friend. We're good friends. Blood Eye nodded slightly, and the sea of blood instantly calmed down. Yi Xian heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. This little girl's strength is truly terrifying. At this moment, Blood Eye suddenly said, I want to ask you for a favor. Yi Xian's expression froze. His intuition told him that he'd been tricked. Blood Eye turned to look at Yi Xian. A small favor. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment before saying, I'm a little weak. Blood Eye looked directly at Yi Xian. Are you going to help me or not? Yi Xian felt quite helpless. Tell me. Blood Eye looked at Yi Xian, who left the seal within Xiaotao's body. Yi Xian's expression became solemn when he heard this. At this moment, he understood why the little girl hadn't killed him. So it was because of his father. Blood Eye asked again. Who? Yi Xian spoke in a low voice. I know what you mean, but I can't contact him. Even if I could, he wouldn't come. Blood Eye frowned slightly. Who is he to you? Yi Xian felt quite helpless. My father. Blood Eye stared at Yi Xian. Biological father? Yi Xian nodded. Blood Eye fell silent for a moment before he said, Put on a show. Just say that I want to kill you and ask him to save you. What do you think? Yi Xian said helplessly. I tried just now. He didn't even pay attention to me. Blood Eye frowned slightly. Are you sure he's your biological father? Yi Xian hesitated for a moment, and then he said, I'm not very sure. Xue Tong fell silent for a moment before he said, I suggest you change your father. Yi Xian was speechless. P.S. Please vote. Any ticket is fine. Chapter 1893. Change father? Yi Xian shook his head and smiled bitterly. How could he change his father whenever he wanted? At this moment, Small Tower suddenly snorted coldly and said, Master is just not kind. He always says that you rely too much on big sister Tianming and him, but he never thinks about one problem. And that is young Master, your enemy. Master didn't have so many powerful enemies back then, but young Master, your enemies have always been abnormal. Look, young Master, you're only at the 10th phase now, but the enemies you're facing are all at the 20th phase. How are you going to play? Yi Xian smiled. Actually, I can understand father. Xiaotao was puzzled. Understand? He treats you like this, and you still understand him? After a moment of silence, Yi Xian said, I can't deny that I rely too much on Qing. Look at me now, without the profound azure sword. I'm like a lamb, waiting to be slaughtered. Xiaotao was silent. Yi Xian said softly, I need to change myself. In some unknown part of the starry sky, the man in green suddenly withdrew his gaze and laughed. Brother Xiao, let's go. After saying that, he laughed and disappeared at the end of the starry sky. Beside the blood sea, Shuetong didn't speak anymore. She sat on a rock and licked her candied haws, then looked at the distant blood sea. Yi Xian walked to the side, opened his palm, and a sword appeared in his hand. He slowly closed his eyes and gradually, he fused with the sixth layer of time and space. Without the profound azure sword, he could still fuse with the sixth layer of time and space. However, he didn't dare to be as unscrupulous as before, because the current him not only couldn't ignore the space-time abyss, but he also couldn't ignore the space-time pressure of the sixth layer of time and space. When seeing Yi Xian enter the sixth layer of time and space, the undead emperor frowned. You're only at the 10th phase, how can you enter the sixth layer of time and space and fuse with it? Yi Xian was puzzled. Senior can't enter the sixth layer of time and space at the 10th phase? The undead emperor looked at Yi Xian. No. Yi Xian was puzzled. Why not? The undead emperor growled. What I want to know is how you are able to do this. Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, I just gave it a try, and then I fused with it. The undead emperor. Yi Xian asked, Senior, what realm is the seamless realm that Miss Aeroshing mentioned? The undead emperor glanced at Yi Xian, then said, after the 20th phase, if you continue to improve your power, you'll be at the seamless level. There was no space, and there was no time. In other words, the 8th layer of space. The 8th layer of space-time is also called the seamless space. Yi Xian said in a deep voice, Senior, when I entered the 8th space-time, I saw someone who looked exactly like me. That was... The undead emperor suddenly interrupted Yi Xian. You've entered the 8th heaven. Yi Xian nodded. Yeah. The undead emperor stared at Yi Xian. Are you joking? Yi Xian shook his head. No. The undead emperor said in a deep voice. You've really been there before? Yi Xian nodded. I've been there before. The undead emperor looked deeply at Yi Xian. You're very abnormal. He believed Yi Xian's words, because if Yi Xian hadn't entered the 8th layer of space-time, he wouldn't know what it was like in the 8th layer of space-time. But what he didn't understand was, how did this guy get in there? Yi Xian suddenly asked, Senior, what is seamless? The undead emperor fell silent for a moment, then said, I don't know how to explain it to you. The current your realm is a bit low. Also your aura is a bit weak and unstable. It's obvious that you've taken a shortcut. Yi Xian smiled bitterly. This was a real boss. The undead emperor asked again. You're a swordsman? Yi Xian nodded. A swordsman? The undead emperor laughed. I once knew a swordsman and had a few exchanges with him. He had some insights into the way of the sword. Come, show me a sword technique, and I'll give you some pointers. Yi Xian nodded, then suddenly drew his sword and slashed. Sword draw to decide life and death. 2,800 stacked sword draws to decide life and death. This sword strike tore the space around them apart. Shuetong suddenly turned his head to look at Yi Xian and frowned. When the undead emperor saw Yi Xian's sword strike, his expression instantly became serious. You. Who taught you this sword technique? Yi Xian said seriously. I created it myself. Created it himself. The undead emperor paused for a moment, then said, You created this sword technique yourself? Yi Xian nodded. That's right. The undead emperor looked deeply at Yi Xian. Impressive. Yi Xian said. I also have another sword technique. After saying that, he directly used sword draw to decide life and death. When the undead emperor saw this sword strike, his expression became even more serious. You created this as well? Yi Xian nodded. That's right. I spent 10 days to create it. The undead emperor was speechless. Actually, Yi Xian wasn't trying to show off. He had only used these two sword techniques to protect himself. The more extraordinary his performance was, the greater his chances of survival. At this moment, the undead emperor said in a low voice, Little brother, your background isn't simple at all. Yi Xian said seriously, Please teach me, senior. After a moment of silence, the undead emperor said, I don't have the qualifications to teach you this sword technique, but I do have some personal insights. Yi Xian hurriedly bowed respectfully. Please teach me, Senior, the undead emperor said in a low voice. Your realm is on the low side. If you reach the 20th stage, with that sword technique of yours, you can be said to be almost invincible within the 20th stage. You can even fight against seamless realm powerhouses. So, you must first break through your own realm, and raise yourself to the 20th stage. Yi Xian nodded. Alright. The undead emperor hesitated for a moment, then said, but if you want to reach the 20th stage, you must have soul crystals. You need at least 500,000 soul crystals. Yi Xian was a little confused. What are soul crystals? The undead emperor was a little confused. You don't know what soul crystals are? Yi Xian nodded. I don't know. The undead emperor had a rather strange expression on his face. Moments later he said, a soul crystal refers to a soul essence condensed from one's soul. This soul essence's energy is incredibly terrifying, far more powerful than some crystals. From a certain standpoint, a single soul crystal is equivalent to a person's life's work. The more powerful one's soul is, the more powerful the soul essence will be. If you want to reach the 20th stage, you need at least 500,000 soul crystals. 500,000 soul crystals. Yi Xian looked at the undead emperor, who stretched out his hands. Don't even think about it. I don't even have a single strand of hair. Yi Xian sized up the undead emperor. Indeed, he did not have a single strand of hair, only bones. The undead emperor glanced at Crimson Eye, but did not say anything. Yi Xian naturally understood what he meant. He looked at Crimson Eye. This girl must have a lot of soul crystals. Crimson Eye glanced at Yi Xian. A stick of candied hawthorn for 10,000 soul crystals. Hearing this, Yi Xian was stunned. A stick of candied hawthorn for 10,000 soul crystals? At this moment, Crimson Eye asked again, do you want to trade? Yi Xian thought for a moment before saying, 2 sticks of candied hawthorn for 10,000 soul crystals. Crimson Eye looked at Yi Xian. Why? Yi Xian said seriously. Because we're friends. If 1 stick of candied hawthorn for 10,000 soul crystals, my conscience would ache. The reason why my life has been full of ups and downs is because I'm too honest. Beside him, the undead emperor's mouth twitched slightly. He wanted to hit someone. Perhaps Crimson Eye did not recognize candied hawthorn, but how could he not recognize it? 2 sticks of candied hawthorn for 10,000 soul crystals? Damn it, this guy was crazy. At this moment he felt quite sullen. Damn it, if he had known that this boss Crimson Eye liked eating candied hawthorn, he would not have ended up like this. Thinking of this, he could not help but feel sorrow. Hundreds of thousands of years. He had relied on dancing to please this boss Crimson Eye for the past hundreds of thousands of years, but this human had used candied hawthorn to befriend this boss Crimson Eye. Candied hawthorn. Damn it. Why hadn't he brought some candied hawthorn? Not far away, Crimson Eye looked at Yi Xian. After a moment of silence she said, you're not bad. As she spoke, she waved her right hand, and 100,000 soul crystals appeared in front of Yi Xian. Yi Xian hurriedly took out 5 sticks of candied hawthorn, and gave them to Crimson Eye. He thought for a moment before taking out an extra stick and giving it to Crimson Eye. I'll give you 1 more. Crimson Eye glanced at Yi Xian. She accepted the candied hawthorn and said, thank you. Yi Xian hurriedly said, you're welcome, you're welcome. As he spoke, he walked over to the undead emperor. Senior, I'm going to break through to the 20th phase. The undead emperor. In the following period of time, Yi Xian began to break through to the 20th phase. Even though he was only at the 10th phase, he could already enter the 6th layer of spacetime and fuse with it. What he needed now was some experience in the way of spacetime. And this undead emperor's guidance could make up for that. The undead emperor was actually quite shocked. This was because Yi Xian's cultivation speed was quite fast. This guy was only at the 10th phase, but he could already enter the 6th layer of spacetime and fuse with it. This was simply too abnormal. The undead emperor was becoming more and more curious about Yi Xian's origins. The reason why he had expressed goodwill to Yi Xian before was because he felt that Yi Xian was not a simple person. Perhaps this human could change his current predicament. Time passed bit by bit. Yi Xian's progress was godly, and he reached the 12th phase in less than a month. Not only that, but under the undead emperor's guidance, he became more and more familiar with the way of spacetime and understood it better. While Yi Xian was cultivating, Crimson Eye would sit by the blood sea every day without saying a word. Another month passed, and Yi Xian had reached the 13th phase. Even though he was only at the 13th phase, with his current strength he could easily kill someone at the 17th phase even without using the profound green sword. It had to be said that cultivation consumed a lot of soul crystals. He had spent at least 1,000,000 soul crystals to reach the 13th phase. Fortunately, he had enough candied hawthorn. Otherwise, he would not have been able to cultivate so quickly. 1 month later, Yi Xian had reached the 14th phase. Just as he was about to continue cultivating, the blood sea in the distance suddenly began to boil. At the same time, an extremely terrifying pressure swept out from the depths of the blood sea. Chapter 1894. This sudden turn of events caused Yi Xian to frown. Just as he was about to ask the undead emperor what had happened, he was astonished to find that the undead emperor was lying flat on the ground, her bones trembling. Yi Xian's expression changed when he saw this. At this moment, the undead emperor suddenly said in a trembling voice, "Little fellow, kneel." Her voice was filled with terror. "Kneel?" Yi Xian shook his head. A person could die, but their backbone could not be broken. Actually, the main thing was that kneeling like this was too embarrassing. It was better to hold on for a while. Next to the sea of blood, Blood Eye slowly licked her candied haws with a calm expression. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment before walking over to Blood Eye. Blood Eye turned to glance at Yi Xian before continuing to lick her candied haws. Yi Xian was about to speak when the sea of blood in the distance suddenly parted. Immediately afterwards, a bloodied person slowly walked over. When the undead emperor saw this bloody person, she buried her head in the ground and couldn't stop trembling. She was terrified to the extreme. Blood Eye looked at the bloodied person with a calm expression. At this moment, the bloodied person walked over to Blood Eye and bowed slightly. "Second miss, the patriarch has fallen." Blood Eye stopped licking her candied haws. She looked at the bloodied person and said, "Good." The bloodied person said in a low voice, "Second miss, before the patriarch fell, he said that you might become a threat to the family in the future. So, as soon as he died, he had to get rid of you." Hearing this, Yi Xian's eyelids twitched. Damn it. Did this mean that the father was going to kill his daughter? At this moment, he suddenly felt that his father was not bad. There had to be a comparison. Blood Eye glanced at the bloodied person. "You." As she spoke, she suddenly flipped her right hand. In an instant, a white light appeared above the blood-covered man's head. The blood-covered man was greatly shocked. "Seamless Dao, you've always been hiding your strength." Boom. Before the bloodied person could finish speaking, he was directly wiped out. Xue Tong took out a stick of Tonghulu and continued licking it. "If I didn't hide my strength, would that old fart have let me live until now?" Yi Xian could not help but glance at Xue Tong. He had always felt that he had taken advantage of Xue Tong. 2 candied haws for 100,000 soul crystals. That was a huge profit. But at this moment, he suddenly realized that this little girl was not stupid at all. While he was tricking others, he might also be tricked by others. Right at this moment, Xue Tong suddenly turned to look at Yi Xian. "I'll take you with me." Yi Xian hesitated for a moment before he said, "Where to?" Xue Tong licked his candied fruit, and then he said, "Nine Heavens City." Yi Xian frowned. "Where?" Blood Eye said, "My former home." Yi Xian's expression immediately changed. "You want to kill your way back?" Xue Tong looked at Yi Xian. "My father is dead. Shouldn't I go back and have a look?" Yi Xian spoke in a low voice. "You should go back and have a look, but it has nothing to do with me, right?" Xue Tong frowned slightly. "Aren't we friends?" Yi Xian's expression froze. Xue Tong continued. "Since we're friends, then isn't my father your father as well?" "Of course, your father will be my father as well. I'm very fair." Yi Xian was dumbfounded. "Is that even possible?" Xue Tong looked at Yi Xian. "You don't treat me as a friend?" Yi Xian hesitated for a moment before he said, Of course we're friends. But why are you taking me with you? Shuatong said. Digging graves. Oh no, I mean going back to observe mourning. Yi Xian broke out in cold sweat. This fellow wants to go back and dig graves. Damn it. She's leading me into a pit of fire. Shuatong suddenly said, let's go. She turned around and left once she finished speaking. Yi Xian suddenly said, is it alright if I don't go? Shuatong stopped and turned to look at Yi Xian. Can you contact your father now? Yi Xian was speechless. Shuatong said, if you can't, then let's go. She turned around and walked towards the sea of blood. A threat. A blatant threat. Yi Xian fell silent for a moment before he turned to look at the undead emperor. Senior, do you want to go with me? The undead emperor hurriedly shook her head. No, no. Little brother, you go. Take care. Yi Xian was speechless. A moment later, Yi Xian and Shuatong disappeared into the sea of blood. The undead emperor let out a heavy sigh of relief. She was finally free. In the distance, Yi Xian and Shuatong walked on the sea of blood. Shuatong walked very slowly as he licked his candied fruit. Yi Xian suddenly asked, Shuatong, why are you taking me to that city of the 9 heavens? Shuatong said, we're friends. You said that friends should share blessings and misfortunes together. Is there a problem? Yi Xian was speechless. Shuatong said, don't be afraid. It's no big deal. Yi Xian was speechless. Of course you're not afraid. I'm so weak. I won't even know how I died if I went to dig up a grave with you. He wanted to run, but he knew that he couldn't escape at all. Shuatong's strength wasn't something he could fight against right now. At this moment, the sky in the distance suddenly trembled. Yi Xian looked at the sky and saw that it had suddenly split open. Immediately, a figure floated out. It was a woman. The woman wore a long white dress and had a long tail. Her appearance was somewhat similar to Shuatong's. Shuatong glanced at the woman before continuing to lick his candied fruit. The woman in the white dress looked at Shuatong. What are you doing? Shuatong said, observing filial piety. The woman in the white dress stared at Shuatong. He's already dead. This matter ends here, alright? Ends. Shuatong grinned. It's just begun. As she spoke, she turned around and pointed at Yi Xian. Let me introduce a friend I just met. His name is Yi Xian. Yi Xian was speechless. Why are you introducing me? The woman in the white dress glanced at Yi Xian and said, such a weak friend? Yi Xian was speechless. Shuatong licked his candied fruit. Is there anything else? The woman in the white dress looked at Shuatong. Don't seek death. With that, she disappeared. Shuatong continued forward. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment before he said, aren't you going to reconsider? Shuatong took out a candied fruit and passed it to Yi Xian. Don't be afraid. At worst, I'll just die. Yi Xian was speechless. Not long after, Shuatong brought Yi Xian to a stone step. At the end of the stone step was a huge stone door. The stone door was 300 m tall and extremely grand. Shuatong said softly, we're here. Yi Xian glanced at the stone door. There were 4 large words in the center of the stone door. 9 Heavens City. Shuatong suddenly walked up. At this moment, a man in black armor suddenly appeared not far away from Shuatong. He was about to speak when Shuatong suddenly pressed his right hand down. Boom. The man in black armor was directly obliterated. Instant kill. Shuatong looked up and smiled. It's time to destroy the 9 Heavens clan. As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly stomped her right foot. Boom. The stone gate collapsed with a loud rumble. At this moment, countless powerful auras suddenly appeared in the surroundings. At the same time, a woman in a white dress appeared not far away from Shuatong. It was the woman in the white dress that Yi Xian had seen earlier. The woman in the white dress looked at Shuatong. I gave you a chance. Shuatong said disdainfully. Gave me a chance? Big sister, who do you think you are? Are you even worthy of giving me a chance? As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly flipped her right hand. Boom. The expanse of space where the woman stood started to seethe. At the same time, an expanse of white light appeared above her. The expressions of the experts here changed drastically at the sight of this. Seamless Tao. The woman's expression changed drastically as well. The seamless Tao. You've actually surpassed the seamless Tao and attained the seamless Tao. Shuetong chuckled. Are you surprised? Are you surprised? As she spoke, she suddenly pressed down with her right hand. Boom. The white-robed woman's body instantly turned illusory. She was about to be sent into the seamless void. The white-robed woman was horrified. She opened her palm, and a small golden bell appeared in her hand. In the next instant, the small golden bell transformed into a golden light that enveloped her. Under the envelopment of the golden light, the white-robed woman was protected. Shuetong licked his candied fruit, and then he smiled. So it's the divine bell. Congratulations on becoming the patriarch of the Nine Heavens clan. The woman in the white dress stared fixedly at Shuetong. What exactly do you want? Shuetong smiled. To collect a debt. As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly tapped forward with her finger. An array of blood-red light instantly smashed against the divine bell. Bang! The divine bell shattered. And then Shuetong pressed down lightly with her right hand. A powerful force enveloped the woman in the white dress, and was about to strike her into the seamless Tao. However, a powerful aura suddenly appeared here. Bang! Crimson Eye retreated 10,000 feet away without a sound. Yi Xian gazed towards the distance and noticed that an old man had suddenly appeared behind the woman in the white dress. All the experts of the Nine Heavens clan bowed when they saw the old man. Patriarch. The patriarch. Yi Xian's face fell when he heard this. So she's still alive. That little girl, Shuetong, was tricked. The patriarch of the Nine Heavens clan gazed at Shuetong while a complicated expression flashed through his eyes. You've actually attained the seamless Tao. Shuetong put the candied fruit away and said, Old fellow, you're still alive. The patriarch of the Nine Heavens clan had a complicated expression on his face. I'd intended to let you live, but unfortunately you refused to change. Since it's like that, then I have no choice but to end you with my own two hands. As he spoke, he raised his right hand slowly and pressed it down lightly. In an instant, the expressions of the experts of the Nine Heavens clan changed drastically. Bloodline pressure. The patriarch of the Nine Heavens clan intends to crush Shuetong with his bloodline. Shuetong's figure suddenly started trembling violently. The powerful bloodline pressure was on the verge of crushing her, and she couldn't resist it at all. Because it came from her bloodline pressure, and she couldn't do anything unless she emptied her blood. But that was clearly impossible. Meanwhile, she suddenly appeared by Yi Xian's side, and she gazed at Yi Xian. Are you a friend? Yi Xian was about to speak when Shuetong suddenly said, Lend me some blood. As she spoke, she patted Yi Xian lightly with her right hand. Boom. In an instant, blood spurted out of Yi Xian's mouth like a fountain, and under Shuetong's control, Yi Xian's blood began to boil. In an instant, an extremely terrifying bloodline pressure swept through the Nine Heavens realm. In an instant, the surrounding spacetime was shattered, and even the 8th layer of spacetime was annihilated at this moment. At the same time, the experts of the Nine Heavens clan felt their blood boil. Then, all the experts of the Nine Heavens clan knelt on the ground and trembled. Bloodline submission. This was the submission of one bloodline to another bloodline. Yi Xian was petrified at the sight of this. Is my bloodline so terrifying? His face darkened as if he had thought of something. Damn it. His bloodline has definitely been suppressed or sealed by his father. This bastard. Chapter 1895. Bloodline pressure. As soon as Yi Xian's bloodline pressure appeared, even the patriarch of the Nine Heaven clan's bloodline pressure was instantly suppressed. The patriarch's eyes were filled with disbelief, and he spoke with a trembling voice. What bloodline is that? Shuetong turned around to gaze at Yi Xian, and he grinned. That old bastard is asking you what bloodline it is. Yi Xian fell silent. He knew why Shuetong hadn't killed him and had even brought him here. His bloodline. Shuetong wanted to use the energy of his bloodline. Meanwhile, Shuetong chuckled. You seem to be unaware of how terrifying your bloodline is. Yi Xian nodded. Shuetong gazed at Yi Xian. Then you should thank me, because I can unseal a portion of the power of your bloodline. As she spoke, She turned around to gaze at the patriarch of the Nine Heaven clan. If it wasn't for that trace of ancestral blood within you, then killing you would be as easy as crushing an ant. As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly waved her right hand. Bang! The space where the patriarch of the Nine Heaven clan resided fell into the void, and he was just about to attack when Xuetong pressed her right hand down once more. Rumble! The patriarch's body collapsed into pieces, and only his soul remained. The expressions of the experts of the Nine Heaven clan changed drastically when they witnessed this scene. They wanted to attack, but they were completely suppressed by Yi Xian's bloodline, and they didn't even have the ability to resist. The reason the patriarch of the Nine Heaven clan hadn't been able to fight back was mostly because of the energy of his bloodline. Yi Xian's bloodline had suppressed the trace of ancestral blood within him, and he couldn't bring forth his full strength without it. The patriarch of the Nine Heaven clan, who only had his soul left, stared fixedly at Xuetong. Unfilial bastard. Are you trying to kill your father? Xuetong licked her lips and said, I'll send you off in advance. As soon as she spoke, she suddenly swung her fist. Bang! The patriarch of the Nine Heaven clan was blasted into nothingness. The faces of the experts from the Nine Heavens race instantly turned pale. The patriarch was gone. Meanwhile, Xuetong turned to look at Yi Xian and smiled. The feeling of patricide isn't bad. You can give it a try as well. Yi Xian thought for a moment, then said, If my father is as strong as your father, perhaps I can try. Xuetong smiled, then turned to look at the woman in the white dress. The woman in the white dress stared at Xuetong without saying a word. Xuetong waved his right hand. Boom! The woman in the white dress was directly erased. Blood Eye smiled and said, Follow me. As soon as she finished speaking, she walked off into the distance. The space around her started to turn illusory as the experts from the Nine Heavens clan started to disappear. Under the suppression of Yi Xian's bloodline power, the experts of the Nine Heavens tribe had no way of resisting. Of course, this was because Crimson Eye was strong enough to unleash the power of Yi Xian's bloodline. If Yi Xian used it himself, it definitely wouldn't be so terrifying. Meanwhile, Xuetong spoke abruptly. You don't seem to know how formidable your bloodline is, right? Yi Xian nodded. Xuetong glanced at Yi Xian. Do you know how terrifying your bloodline power is? Yi Xian shook his head. Xuetong smiled faintly and didn't say anything else. Yi Xian asked, How terrifying is it? Xuetong said softly, When I activated your bloodline power just now, it wasn't even 10% of its true power. Less than 10%. Yi Xian's eyelids twitched. Not even 10% was enough to suppress the bloodline of the Nine Heavens clan? Did I underestimate my father's strength a little? Xuetong said again. Your father is very powerful. Yi Xian said in a low voice. Xuetong, the reason you didn't kill me was because of my bloodline power, right? Xuetong nodded. You're not an ordinary person. If I kill you, I'll be in big trouble. Yi Xian nodded. So you chose to be friends with me? Xuetong glanced at Yi Xian. Otherwise, do you really think I would be stupid enough to spend 100,000 soul crystals to buy 2 of your candied fruits? Yi Xian was speechless. Xuetong suddenly stopped in her tracks. At this moment, she and Yi Xian were already in front of a large hall, and she looked at Yi Xian. Do you know what this place is? Yi Xian shook his head. Xuetong said, This is the Nine Heavens clan's treasure vault, and there are many divine items inside. Hearing this, Yi Xian hurriedly said, Let's go in and take a look. Even though he said that, he didn't go in. Instead, he waited for Xuetong to go in first. Seeing that Yi Xian didn't go in first, Xuetong licked the candied fruits and said, You're very smart. As she spoke, she walked towards the hall. As soon as she stepped in, a white light suddenly surged over. Xuetong flicked her sleeve. Boom. The white light was instantly obliterated. Xuetong looked at Yi Xian. If you had charged in just now, even if you didn't die, your body would have been destroyed. As she spoke, she walked in. Yi Xian fell silent for a moment before he followed her in. As soon as he entered the hall, Yi Xian was stunned. The entire hall was filled with all sorts of divine items, and it was obvious that they weren't ordinary at a glance. Meanwhile, Xuetong suddenly said, Every single divine item here is worth at least 1,000,000 soul crystals. There are at least 1,000 of them here, and all of them belong to the Nine Heavens clan. Now I'll give them all to you. Yi Xian frowned slightly. You're giving them all to me? Xuetong licked the candied fruits. Yes. Yi Xian glanced at Xuetong. Why? Xuetong blinked. We're friends. Yi Xian shook his head. As if I'd believe you. Xuetong smiled. Do you want them or not? Yi Xian immediately said, Of course. As he spoke, he put away the divine items. Actually, he wasn't too tempted. This was because he had a super divine item in his body, the Qingxian sword. Of course, these divine items would be of great help to him now. Xuetong continued to walk inside, and soon, she arrived in front of a stone door. The stone door trembled violently, and then a golden seal suddenly flew out from the stone door. Xuetong punched out. Boom. The stone door was smashed into pieces. Yi Xian looked at the stone door curiously. There must be some kind of treasure inside. However, when he saw the scene inside the stone door, he was stunned. There was no treasure behind the stone door. There was only a woman inside. Her 4 limbs were tightly bound by chains. Not only that, she was no longer breathing. At this moment, Xuetong walked in front of the woman and looked at her without saying a word. Yi Xian glanced at Xuetong, then slowly retreated from the stone door. After a while, Xuetong walked out of the stone door. She walked to Yi Xian's side and said softly, The one inside is my mother. She was imprisoned when I was 6 years old until she died. Yi Xian asked in a low voice, Why? Xuetong said, My mother didn't like my father. She liked someone else. Although she married my father, she didn't have my father in her heart. Yi Xian asked, So your father imprisoned her? Xuetong nodded. Yes. At this point she looked at Yi Xian. Men are all bad, don't you think so? Yi Xian nodded. Except me. Xuetong looked at Yi Xian without saying a word. Yi Xian blinked. You don't think I'm good? Xuetong licked the candied fruit and asked, How many women do you have? Yi Xian said nothing. Xuetong raised 2 fingers. More than 2? Yi Xian hesitated for a moment, and then said, I'm actually a very loyal man, but because I'm too outstanding, many women can't help but fall in love with me. I'm actually very troubled, Sai. Xuetong looked at Yi Xian without saying a word, and just looked at him. Yi Xian felt a little uncomfortable being looked at. Xuetong, what do you plan to do next? Xuetong said, I want to go somewhere, do you want to come with me? Yi Xian immediately shook his head. No, I have other things to do. He didn't want to go with this little girl. He just wanted to find a place to cultivate, reach the 20th phase, and then find a way to unseal the green profound sword. Xuetong suddenly said, I can guide you. Yi Xian glanced at Xuetong. Do you have any conditions? Xuetong nodded. Come with me. Yi Xian was puzzled. What for? Xuetong said, To play. Yi Xian didn't say anything. Xuetong licked his sugar-coated ha, and then said, If I guide you, you can reach the 20th phase in less than half a year, and reach the seamless realm in 3 years. Yi Xian said in a low voice, Xuetong, are the seamless realm and the seamless path different? Xuetong nodded. They're worlds apart. Yi Xian asked, What's the difference? Xuetong thought for a moment, and then said, The undead are the seamless realm, and I am the seamless path. Do you understand? Yi Xian fell silent. The undead emperors were the seamless realm, and Xuetong was the seamless path. A single look from Xuetong could make an undead emperor kneel and tremble in fear. Xuetong said, Not only that, I can also help you completely awaken your bloodline. Yi Xian smiled bitterly. Miss Xuetong, can you tell me where you're going? Why are you bringing me along? Xuetong blinked. You'll know when we get there. Yi Xian didn't say anything. Xuetong continued. Are you going or not? If you don't, I won't force you. Yi Xian still didn't say anything. Xuetong continued. If you cultivate normally, you'll need at least a few hundred years to reach the 20th phase. Not only that, but you'll also need a large number of soul crystals before long. But if you follow me, not only will you receive my guidance, but you won't have to worry about cultivation resources. She glanced at Yi Xian as she spoke. Having someone to guide you is completely different from not having anyone to guide you. Do you understand? Yi Xian suddenly said. Miss Xuetong, I'll follow you from now on. Xuetong nodded. Let's go. With that, she turned to leave, but stopped after taking a few steps. You have to do me a favor first. Yi Xian asked. What favor? At this time, a voice suddenly sounded from behind him. She probably wants you to help her deal with me. Yi Xian turned around, and an old man had appeared not far away. The old man sized up Yi Xian. Is it your bloodline that suppressed my Nine Heavens clan's bloodline? Yi Xian said in a low voice. You are? The old man said, an ancestor of the Nine Heavens clan. Yi Xian was speechless. Xuetong walked over to Yi Xian, glanced at the old man, and then said, Descend with your main body. Yi Xian said in a low voice. Can you defeat him? Xuetong thought for a moment, and then said, Even if I can't defeat him, I can still escape. What are you going to do? Yi Xian looked at Xuetong with a shocked expression. You're not going to take me with you? Xuetong blinked. I can take you with me, but you have to give me some benefits. Yi Xian. Chapter 1896. Benefits. Yi Xian's expression was quite unsightly, because she was actually trying to extort him. Right at this moment, the old man suddenly smiled. Don't panic. She needs your help. Yi Xian gazed at the old man, and the old man smiled. Her cultivation is the same as mine, but her bloodline is restrained by me. So, she'll suffer a loss if she doesn't have your help. Yi Xian gazed at Xuetong. Xuetong licked his candied fruit and remained silent. The old man suddenly said, Young brother, can you take a look at your bloodline? Yi Xian nodded. He opened his palm, and a drop of blood essence floated out slowly. The old man's expression instantly became solemn when he laid eyes on it. Xuetong glanced at the old man, and remained silent. A short while later, the old man spoke in a low voice. May I know who your ancestor is? Yi Xian smiled. Senior, you definitely don't know him. The old man nodded slightly, and then he glanced at Xuetong and said, Young brother, you have to be careful. Yi Xian smiled. Are you worried about Miss Xuetong? The old man said. It isn't just her. There are many unknown enemies as well. Yi Xian frowned slightly. Unknown enemies? Senior, I've just arrived here and haven't made any enemies, so how could there be unknown enemies? The old man gazed at Yi Xian. There are some mysterious and formidable special powers in the boundless universe. The methods of cultivation of these powers are unlike ordinary people. They mainly cultivate their bloodlines, and they frequently devour bloodlines. Young brother, your bloodline is so special, so you're exactly their target. Yi Xian's face fell. Since my bloodline is so terrifying, why would they dare to look for trouble with me? The old man smiled. Do they know that your ancestor is still alive? Yi Xian fell silent. Indeed. No one else knows that my father is still alive. As if he'd thought of something, Yi Xian gazed at Xuetong. You didn't kill me because you knew my father was still alive. Xuetong was just about to speak when the old man smiled. Of course. Otherwise, she would have devoured your bloodline a long time ago. If she devoured your bloodline, her strength would increase by at least 10 times. Yi Xian sighed in a low voice. Xuetong, I treat you as a friend. Blood, I licked the candied haws. 2 candied haws for 100,000 soul crystals. You're such a good friend. Yi Xian was speechless. Crimson, I looked at the elder in the distance. He's trying to sow discord between us. Also, he wants to devour your bloodline. However, he's very smart. Firstly, with me here, he knows he can't do it. Secondly, he's also afraid of the person behind you. I can sense the desire in his eyes. As he spoke, he looked at Yi Xian. He wants to devour you too. Yi Xian smiled and said, I finally understand. All of you want to devour my bloodline. The old man smiled and said, You've misunderstood. As soon as he finished speaking, he glanced at Xuetong before turning around and leaving. Yi Xian looked at the old man in the distance and did not say anything. Xuetong licked the candied haws and said, It won't be long before news of your special bloodline will spread throughout the universe. Yi Xian was puzzled. Why? Shuatong looked at Yi Xian. What do you think he's here for? To avenge the Nine Heavens clan? No, his true goal is you. Yi Xian frowned slightly. Just because of my bloodline? Shuatong nodded. After a moment of silence, Yi Xian asked, Can I devour other people's bloodlines? Hearing this, Shuatong frowned slightly. After a moment, she looked at Yi Xian and asked, Can't I? The corners of Yi Xian's mouth curled up slightly. If others could devour him, then he could also devour others. Who was afraid of bloodlines? At this moment, Shuatong suddenly said, Let's go. As soon as she finished speaking, she turned around and left. Yi Xian followed. On the way, Yi Xian was a little curious. Miss Shuatong, after the 20th stage is the Seamless Realm, and after the Seamless Realm is the Seamless Tao? Shuatong nodded. Yi Xian said in a low voice, There is only a difference of one stage between the Seamless Tao, but the difference in power is so great? Shuatong said, The difference between the two is like heaven and earth. After a moment of silence, Yi Xian asked, What about above the Seamless Tao? Shuatong was silent for a moment. Deities. Yi Xian frowned slightly. Deities? Shuatong nodded. An existence that surpasses the Tao of spacetime. However, it is only a legend. Yi Xian nodded slightly. Then he asked, Miss Shuatong, what universe is this? Shuatong glanced at Yi Xian. The Seamless Universe, a level 7 civilization. Yi Xian said in a low voice, Have you seen a level 8 civilization before? Shuatong said, I have. Yi Xian was stunned. Then he said in shock, You have. Shuatong nodded. You will see it soon. Yi Xian didn't understand. Just as he was about to ask, Shuatong suddenly said, Please be quiet. Yi Xian was speechless. After a moment, Shuatong suddenly said, Someone is following us. Yi Xian looked around. He didn't find anything. Shuatong opened his palm and pressed it down. Boom. Thousands of meters away, the space there suddenly exploded apart. And then an old man retreated explosively. He retreated for an entire 30 kilometers before he finally stopped. Shuatong looked at the old man. Ling clan. The old man said in a low voice, Sir, we have no intention of becoming enemies with you. Shuatong nodded. I know. Your Ling clan's target is the little guy beside me. The old man stared at Shuatong without saying anything. Shuatong turned to look at Yi Xian. Look, the matter of your bloodline has already spread. Yi Xian smiled. It was your ancestor who did it. He wanted to use others to test me, right? Shuatong nodded. How smart. Yi Xian was about to speak when the old man suddenly disappeared. Shuatong said, The Ling clan is comparable in strength to the Nine Heavens clan. It is also a special clan with a very powerful bloodline. Of course, the Ling clan isn't scary. The ones you really need to be careful of are the Jiaxing clan. This clan's bloodline is extremely powerful, and they like to devour bloodlines. If I'm not wrong, they should be investigating you by now. Yi Xian looked at Shuatong. Why didn't you devour my bloodline? Shuatong glanced at Yi Xian. First, I didn't rely on my bloodline. Second, when I entered your Xiaota, I discovered some secrets. However, others don't know these secrets, understand? Yi Xian was speechless. Shuatong said, Don't think too much about it for now. I can protect you for a period of time. Let's go. 2 hours later, Shuatong brought Yi Xian to a star field. There were many buildings floating in this star field, and it was very messy. Yi Xian looked around. This is? Shuatong pointed at the ruins in the distance. A former level 8 civilization. Yi Xian looked at the ruins in the distance. Among the ruins, a dilapidated hall could be vaguely seen. Other than that, there were dozens of stone pillars that were tens of thousands of meters tall standing around it. Although these stone pillars were tens of thousands of meters tall, they seemed rather small in the endless starry sky. Shuatong suddenly said, Do you see that hall? No one has been able to approach it until now. Yi Xian looked at Shuatong. You don't want me to go, do you? Shuatong nodded. Yi Xian's face darkened. What makes you think I can go in? Shuatong thought for a moment and said, Let's give it a try. Yi Xian was speechless. Tong said, "Let's go." As she spoke, she started walking towards the distance. Yi Xian glanced at Tong before following her. When they were 3 kilometers away from the hall, a shadow suddenly walked out from within it. The shadow walked slowly towards Yi Xian and Tong while holding a sword in its hand. The shadow looked at Tong and Yi Xian. "Stop." Tong glanced at the shadow, and then he looked at Yi Xian. "You go talk to him." Yi Xian's face darkened. "Why should I go talk to him?" Tong said. "I can't." The corners of Yi Xian's mouth twitched. "Do you think I can?" Tong licked his candied fruit and said, "You can give it a try." Yi Xian spoke in a low voice. "You can't defeat him?" Tong shook his head. "I can't." Yi Xian gazed at the shadow. Meanwhile, the shadow said, "Leave." Tong gazed at Yi Xian. Yi Xian gazed at the shadow and was about to speak. However, the shadow suddenly swung its sword. Bang! Yi Xian didn't even have time to react before Tong was slashed over 30 kilometers away. After that, the shadow gazed at Yi Xian. The shadow gazed at Yi Xian for a short while before it said, "Please." As he spoke, he moved to the side and made a gesture of invitation. Yi Xian fell silent. Could I really be the legendary child of destiny? If that's true, then doesn't it mean that I can really beat my dad up in the future? The shadow continued, "Please." Yi Xian glanced at the shadow, and then he walked towards the hall in the distance. On the other side, Tong wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and continued to lick the candied fruit. No one knew what he was thinking. At this time, the ancestor of the 9 Heavens clan appeared not far from Tong. In addition, there was a middle-aged man with 3 tails. This person was the patriarch of the Nashan clan, Nagaching. Tong glanced at Nagaching but didn't speak. Nagaching smiled. "So Miss Tong didn't devour that little guy's bloodline, because you wanted him to enter the Divine Spirit Palace." Tong continued to lick the candied fruit and didn't speak. Nagaching looked at the Divine Spirit Palace in the distance. After a while, he looked at the shadow guarding there and said softly, "Miss Tong, can you tell me why he can enter the Divine Spirit Palace?" The patriarch of the 9 Heavens clan also looked at Tong. This was also what he was most curious about. After a moment of silence, Tong said, "If you devour his bloodline, your strength will increase by at least 10 times. You can even break through the seamless Tao and reach the Divine Spirit realm." Nagaching looked at Tong and said with a smile, "This person is not simple. If we touch him, we might bring disaster upon ourselves." Tong said, "Will you give up?" After a moment of silence, Nagaching said, "Is there anyone behind him?" Tong shook his head. "No." Nagaching stared at Tong. "Are you sure?" Tong glanced at Tong. "It's up to you whether you want to touch him or not." After a moment of silence, Nagaching said with a smile, "Miss Tong, why don't you touch him? Let me guess. You must have discovered something. Otherwise, that young man wouldn't have survived until now." As he said this, he looked at the Divine Spirit Palace in the distance. That young man can enter the Divine Spirit Palace. This means that his identity is definitely not ordinary. As Miss Tong said, if I devour his bloodline, I might reach the Divine Spirit realm, but I might also be doomed. After saying this, he smiled slightly. It's better not to touch this kind of second generation. This kind of young man usually has an old man behind him, or even a group of old men. We can't afford to offend him. P.S. I've just returned home recently. There are too many things to do, so I can't update properly. I go home once a year. When I get home, people ask me what I do, how much money I make. I'm a little embarrassed. I make 4,000 or 5,000 a month, but I'm embarrassed to say. Sigh, I'll work harder next year and try to buy a 4-wheeled one. Chapter 1897. Tong glanced at Nagaching and did not speak. The 9 Heavens clan leader smiled. Clan leader Ching is still so cautious. Nagaching smiled. The lives of tens of thousands of clansmen depend on me. I have to be careful. He looked at the Divine Spirit Palace in the distance. This young man is not simple to be invited by the Divine Spirit Palace. The Nine Heavens clan leader was silent. The reason why he informed Nagaching was to let Nashin clan test Yixian's strength. Unfortunately, Nashin clan did not fall for it. What a pity! The Nine Heavens clan leader sighed. Nagaching glanced at the Nine Heavens clan leader and sneered. Shuetong licked his candied fruit and did not speak. No one knew what he was thinking. In the distance, Yixian came to the front of the palace. He looked up at the top of the palace. There were 3 words: Divine Spirit Palace. Divine Spirit Palace? Yixian frowned. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded from inside the palace. Come in. After a moment of silence, Yixian walked into the palace. There was a woman sitting cross-legged in the palace. The woman wore a white dress and had shoulder-length hair. Her facial features were exquisite. Beautiful. This was Yixian's first impression. In front of the woman, there was a chessboard. The woman looked at Yixian. Fellow Taoist, please sit. Fellow Taoist? Yixian's expression was a little strange. This woman called him fellow Taoist? Whatever. A fellow Taoist is a fellow Taoist. Yixian sat in front of the woman. The woman looked at Yixian. Please. Obviously, she wanted Yixian to play chess. Yixian thought for a while. Then he picked up a chess piece and put it down. The woman put down a chess piece. Fellow Taoist, you have 9 stages in your life chart. It's really rare. Yixian frowned. Life chart? 9 stages? The woman smiled. You don't know? Yixian shook his head. The woman smiled faintly. After the Divine Spirit realm is the Fate realm, which is also the realm of life cultivation. Life cultivation is divided into 10 stages. The higher the rank, the harder the fate, and the stronger the strength. Yixian said in a low voice. I'm only 15 stages. He hasn't even reached the Fate realm yet. The woman smiled and said, there are 2 kinds of fate. The first is cultivated, and the second is innate fate. Some people are born with a hard fate, and you should belong to the latter. Yixian asked, what's the use? The woman raised a chess piece and placed it down. How did you manage to survive until now? It's because my life is tough. Yixian was silent. The woman suddenly said, please excuse me. As she spoke, she gently moved her jade-like finger. In an instant, the blood in Yixian's body began to boil. Bloodline power activated. The woman's expression gradually became solemn when she saw Yixian's bloodline power. A moment later, she withdrew her hand and said, I've never seen such a bloodline before. As she spoke, she looked at Yixian and said, no wonder your fate is so tough. Yixian shook his head and smiled. He knew that the reason why his fate was tough was because of his father and Qing. Was he really a second-generation heir? The woman said again, you have to be careful. Yixian was puzzled. Why do you say that? The woman said, firstly, your bloodline is extremely special. After some powerful people devour your bloodline, they will obtain great benefits. This benefit is enough to change their fate. Secondly, your birth providence is a connate birth providence. In other words, your birth providence can be taken and transferred to someone else. Yixian frowned. This chapter is not finished. Please continue. He frowned. Fate can be transferred? The woman nodded. Yes. Yixian said in a low voice. According to Senior, my fate is 9 stages. Isn't that very tough? Since it's so tough, how can it be taken away? The woman said, your fate is tough, but your strength is very weak. Yixian. The woman said again. Moreover, some people's fate may be tougher than yours. There are also strong and weak people with 9 stages. Apart from that, there are many powerhouses with 9 stages, and there are 10 above 9 stages. Yixian was silent. His entire body was a treasure. The woman said again. Of course your bloodline is so special and your fate is so tough. Ordinary people don't dare to touch you. However, those who dare to touch you are either super powerhouses or super forces. Xiaotao suddenly said. Young master, I think your fate is more than 9 stages. Yixian laughed in his heart. Why? Xiaotao said. Your fate is linked to Sister Tianming. How can it be a mere 9 stages? Yi Xian, Xiao Ta said. My fate is definitely more than 9 stages. Because I am linked to young master. Being with young master is equivalent to being with sister Tianming. So, I am invincible. Yi Xian, Xiao Ta suddenly said. Xiao Ta, I want to change my name. Yi Xian frowned. Change your name? What name? Xiao Ta said. Destiny's Tower. Yi Xian was dumbfounded. Destiny's Tower? This Xiao Ta was preparing to hug Qing. Thigh to the end. Xiao Ta said excitedly. Yes, I will be called Destiny's Tower from now on. Yi Xian. At this time, the woman in front of Yi Xian suddenly said, Mister, I have a favor to ask. Yi Xian looked at the woman. What is it? The woman opened her palm, and a storage ring appeared in her hand. This is called the God Ring. It is the token of our divine sect leader. Seeing this ring is like seeing the sect leader. Saying that, she put the God Ring in front of Yi Xian. Help me bring it to divine sect. Yi Xian was silent. The woman smiled slightly. Of course, I won't ask for your help for free. There are benefits. Yi Xian asked subconsciously, what benefits? The woman smiled. Do you remember the sword wielder you saw before you came in? Yi Xian nodded. The woman looked at Yi Xian. He is my sword slave, and his strength is at the divine spirit realm. If you are willing to help, he will listen to your commands in the future. Not only that, there are also 3 sword slaves in this storage ring, and they are all at the divine spirit realm. In addition, I will also give you an inheritance that will allow you to easily reach the seamless path. Yi Xian said in a deep voice. Senior, there is something I don't understand. That is, why don't you bring it to divine sect yourself? Why do you want me to do it? The woman smiled. I have already fallen. If I leave this place, I will immediately die. Yi Xian hesitated, then asked. As far as I know, Senior is from a level 8 civilization? The woman nodded. Yes. Yi Xian continued to ask. Then why did Senior die? The woman didn't speak. Yi Xian just looked at the woman, not saying anything. Great benefits often meant great danger at the same time. At this time the woman smiled. Can I not say? Yi Xian nodded. Yes. But Senior, I might not be able to help you. After all, my strength is low, and if I help Senior, I might be overestimating myself. After a moment of silence, the woman said, He was killed. Killed. This chapter is not finished. Please continue to the next page. The corner of Yi Xian's mouth twitched. Damn. You were killed even though you were so strong, and you want me to help you? I can't do this. At this time the woman said. Don't worry, he has also fallen. Yi Xian blinked his eyes. Die together? The woman nodded. Die together. So, you can rest assured. Yi Xian didn't speak. The woman said. You need to become stronger, right? Yi Xian nodded. The woman smiled. It's just a ring. As long as you don't cause trouble, nothing will happen. After a moment of silence, Yi Xian stood up and smiled. Okay. The woman pointed at the ring. Where this ring? This ring has the route to divine sect. Apart from that, you will also receive an inheritance. Not only that, there are billions of soul crystals for you to use. Yi Xian looked at the woman. Senior won't trick me, right? The woman smiled. I will. Yi Xian laughed. Thank you for your honesty, Senior. With that, he turned and left. After Yi Xian disappeared in the distance, the woman slowly closed her eyes. At the same time, her body gradually became illusory. After a while, a mosquito-like voice suddenly rang out. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Not long after Yi Xian left the Sacred Spirit Palace, the Sacred Spirit Palace behind him disappeared bit by bit. He knew that the woman was completely gone. Yi Xian looked at the ring on his finger. The 4 sword slaves were in the ring. Apart from that, there were billions of soul crystals in the ring. It could be said that he didn't need to worry about cultivation resources anymore. Most importantly, there was an inheritance in the ring. At this time, Shui Tong and the other 2 suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian. Shui Tong looked at Yi Xian. You're out? Yi Xian smiled. Yes. Nagaqing suddenly said. Young Master Yi, I am Nagaching, the patriarch of Nashin clan. Yi Xian looked at Nagaching and smiled. Senior, don't tell me you want to devour my bloodline? Nagaching laughed. Young Master Yi, you really know how to joke. Yi Xian blinked. You really don't want to devour? Nagaching shook his head. Young Master Yi, don't joke. Yi Xian smiled and looked at Xuetong. I'm leaving. Xuetong continued to lick the candied fruit, not saying a word. Yi Xian said. If you want to devour my bloodline, this is your last chance. Xuetong looked at Yi Xian, not saying a word. Yi Xian said with a smile, last chance. Xuetong was silent. Yi Xian laughed and turned to leave. The moment Yi Xian turned around, the smiles on the faces of the Nine Heavens clan leader and Nagaching gradually disappeared. At this time, Nagaching suddenly shook his head. I can't afford to offend you. After saying that, he turned around and left. At this moment he really gave up. Xuetong also turned around and left. At this time the Nine Heavens clan leader suddenly laughed. The two of you please wait. Nagaching and Xuetong stopped, and looked at the Nine Heavens clan leader. The Nine Heavens clan leader looked at Yi Xian in the distance and said with a smile. Young Master Yi, please wait. Yi Xian turned to look at the Nine Heavens clan leader, and said with a smile. All right. The Nine Heavens clan leader looked at Yi Xian. I know that the person behind Young Master Yi is not simple, but Young Master Yi's bloodline is too special. Moreover, Young Master Yi obtained something from the Divine Spirit Palace, so my friend and I want to make a bet. Come out and meet Young Master Yi. As soon as he finished speaking, terrifying auras suddenly appeared. End of this chapter. Chapter 1898. Along with the appearance of those terrifying auras, 16 super experts appeared. Among them, there were 3 seamless Dao experts, and the rest were all seamless realm experts. Nagaching looked at the old man in the lead and frowned. Ancient clan. Ancient clan. This was also a super force, and its strength was no weaker than the Na Celestial clan. Xuetong glanced at the Nine Heavens clan patriarch, and continued to lick her candied fruit. The Nine Heavens clan patriarch looked at Yi Xian and smiled. Young Master Yi, the temptation of your bloodline is too great. Old man, you've lived for so many years and you've lived long enough. If you can't break through and reach the divine spirit realm, there's no point in continuing to live. So I want to give it a try. Yi Xian nodded, understood. The Nine Heavens clan patriarch laughed, and then looked at Nagaching. Patriarch Qing, your Na Celestial clan's bloodline has reached a bottleneck, and breaking through is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. This human before you is an opportunity for your Na Celestial clan. So long as you devour his bloodline, your Na Celestial clan will definitely rise to a higher level and achieve glory. Nagaching glanced at Yi Xian, and then he smiled. No. Nine Heavens clan patriarch, I Nagaching, have no ambition. I just want to lead my clan and live well. Please. The Nine Heavens clan patriarch smiled. I won't force you. As he spoke, he looked at Xuetong. What about you? Xuetong didn't speak. The Nine Heavens clan patriarch wanted to say something, but the ancient clan patriarch suddenly smiled. Say no more. The two of them want this human's bloodline and the divine items in the Divine Spirit Palace, but they are afraid of wolves in front and tigers behind. Why should we cooperate with them? As he spoke, he looked at Yi Xian. Young Master Yi, you have no enmity with the ancient clan, but the power of your bloodline is too tempting, so I'm sorry for offending you. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly disappeared on the spot. At the same time, the experts beside him also rushed out. Yi Xian stood on the spot, and when the ancient clan patriarch arrived in front of Yi Xian, a sword ray suddenly appeared. Boom! Before anyone could react, the Gu clan patriarch was sent flying hundreds of thousands of feet away, and as soon as he stopped, his body instantly shattered. As for the ancient race experts that had rushed towards Yi Xian, other than 2 seamless experts, the rest were all killed. Everyone was dumbfounded. Nagaching took a deep look at the sword slave in front of Yi Xian, and his eyes flashed with fear and shock. He never thought that the guard of the Divine Spirit Temple would actually follow Yi Xian. How did this guy do it? Blood-Eye glanced at Yi Xian but didn't say anything. On the other side, the patriarch of the Nine Heavens clan had an extremely ugly expression on his face. Why are the guards of the Divine Spirit Palace following Yi Xian? In the distance, the ancient race leader looked at Yi Xian in disbelief. Why is the Sacred Spirit Palace guard following you? Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, personal charm. The ancient race leader raged, bullshit. At this moment, the sword slave suddenly disappeared on the spot. Before the Gu clan's patriarch could react, a sword had pierced through his forehead. Although the gap between the Seamless Tao and the half-step Divine Spirit Realm wasn't as huge as the Divine Spirit Realm, it was still like heaven and earth. When they saw this, the remaining 2 Seamless Tao experts turned around and ran. But they were just about to run when 2 rays of sword light slashed their bodies. Boom! 2 powerhouses of the Seamless Tao were directly killed. They didn't even have the strength to fight back. Looking at this scene, Yi Xian could not help but look at Xue Tong, who was at the side. Back then, Xue Tong had taken a blow from the sword slave head-on. However, Xue Tong did not die, and his physical body did not even shatter. It seemed that although Blood-Eye was, this chapter is not finished. Please continue to the next page. Although he was also a Seamless Tao expert, his strength was much stronger. No. This guy was hiding his strength. Yi Xian couldn't help but look at Blood-Eye, and Blood-Eye grinned. At this moment, the Nine Heavens clan's patriarch suddenly said, young friend, I am willing to follow you and serve you. Yi Xian suddenly smiled and said, are you worthy? As soon as he finished speaking, the sword slave disappeared on the spot. A sword pierced through the Nine Heavens clan's patriarch's forehead. Just as the sword slave was about to destroy the Nine Heavens clan's patriarch, Blood-Eye suddenly said, you can devour his bloodline. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment, then appeared in front of the Nine Heavens clan's patriarch and slapped his shoulder. Bang! The Nine Heavens clan's patriarch's body shattered, and blood gushed out. Yi Xian opened his right hand, and the blood flowed into his palm. Soon he absorbed all the blood. A moment later, Yi Xian frowned and looked at Blood-Eye. There's no reaction. Blood-Eye glanced at Yi Xian and didn't say anything. Yi Xian was puzzled and wanted to ask more questions. At this moment, Nagaching suddenly smiled and said, young Master Yi, the reason you didn't react is because his bloodline is too weak. No, it's because your bloodline is too strong. His bloodline has no effect on yours. Too strong. Yi Xian smiled and said, you too, I have to take my leave. Blood-Eye suddenly said, what did you get? Nagaching looked at Yi Xian. He was also curious about what Yi Xian had encountered in the Divine Spirit Palace. Yi Xian blinked. I'm not telling you. After saying that, he turned and left. Blood-Eye suddenly said, I'll go with you. Yi Xian turned and looked at Blood-Eye. Go with me. Blood-Eye nodded. Yi Xian was silent for a moment, then said, all right. He decided to take Blood-Eye with him because he needed his help now. Although he had the inheritance of Divine Sect, his realm was too low. If there was someone to guide him, he could improve even faster. At this moment, Nagaching suddenly said, young Master Yi, if you have time in the future, please come to the Nashin clan as a guest. Yi Xian smiled. All right. Nagaching cupped his fists. See you later. Yi Xian nodded, then turned and left with Blood-Eye. After Yi Xian and Blood-Eye left, Nagaching heaved a sigh of relief. In fact, he had thought of killing Yi Xian just now. However, after seeing how calm Yi Xian was, that thought disappeared without a trace. What did it mean to be so calm in front of so many powerhouses? It meant that he had nothing to fear. And his guess was correct. After a moment, the corner of Nagaching's mouth raised slightly. Ancient clan. Nine Heavens clan. Now this divine universe belongs to the Nashin clan. After saying that, he turned and left. To some extent, the Nashin clan was the biggest winner. On the other side, in the starry sky, Yi Xian was flying on his sword with Blood-Eye by his side. About half an hour later, Yi Xian looked around. This place was a dead star field, very quiet, suitable for cultivation. Yi Xian sat cross-legged on the ground and looked at the storage ring on his finger. The next moment, a white light entered his brow. Boom. In an instant, countless information poured into his mind. Inheritance. Divine sect inheritance. On the side, Blood-Eye glanced at Yi Xian, then turned to look at the end of the starry sky. No one knew what he was thinking. After a long time, Yi Xian's body suddenly surged out. This chapter is not finished, please continue. A powerful aura appeared, causing the surrounding starry sky to tremble. Blood-Eye looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian suddenly took out countless soul crystals and began to absorb them like crazy. About 10 days later, Yi Xian's aura suddenly soared. Boom. As the starry sky around him fluctuated, Yi Xian reached the 16th phase. Yi Xian was about to rush to the next phase when Blood-Eye suddenly said, "If you continue like this, your realm will be unstable and there will be many hidden dangers." Yi Xian looked at Blood-Eye. "Then what should I do?" Blood-Eye said, "Whether your realm is stable or not depends on your use of the Tao of Spacetime. You have reached the 16th phase, but your mastery of the Tao of Spacetime is still on the low side. You should familiarize yourself with each layer of spacetime and master them." Yi Xian said solemnly, "Please advise me, Miss Blood-Eye." Blood-Eye nodded. She opened her palm and lightly swept it. In an instant, she and Yi Xian directly entered the 7th layer of spacetime. Blood-Eye said, "You can perfectly fuse with the 6th layer of spacetime. There is no need to familiarize yourself with the 6th layer of spacetime and below. We will start from the 7th layer of spacetime. Now feel the spacetime pressure around you." Yi Xian looked around with an incomparably solemn expression. He didn't dare to move at all. If not for Blood-Eye, he might have been crushed as soon as he entered the 7th layer of spacetime. The spacetime pressure of the 7th layer of spacetime was at least 100 times stronger than the 6th layer. Blood-Eye looked at Yi Xian. "It's very simple. Fuse with the 7th layer of spacetime, then overlap the 1st to 7th layers of spacetime, and use it in your sword skills. This way, the power of your sword skills will increase countless times." Yi Xian frowned slightly. "1st to 7th layers of spacetime?" Blood-Eye nodded. Yi Xian said solemnly, "I can only overlap the 1st to 5th layers of spacetime." Blood-Eye said, "If you can't overlap multiple spacetime, even if you reach the 20th layer, you are still an ant." Yi Xian looked at Blood-Eye. "The Gu clan patriarch is also a seamless path cultivator, and so are you. However, the gap between you and him is very big. Is this the reason?" Blood-Eye nodded. Yi Xian fell silent. The reason he could fuse with the 6th layer of spacetime was because of the green profound sword. But now he didn't have the green profound sword. Thinking of this, Yi Xian's expression changed greatly. He suddenly realized that he was actually relying on the green profound sword to such an extent. Without the green profound sword, what should he do? Thinking of this, Yi Xian suddenly broke out in cold sweat. He finally knew why his father had sealed the green profound sword. If he did not seal the Qingxian sword, he would never be able to leave the Qingxian sword. And that was the strength of the Qingxian sword, not his own strength. Thinking of this, Yi Xian felt a lingering fear. Fortunately, his father had sealed the green profound sword. Otherwise, he was afraid that he would be enslaved by the sword in the future. Having a strong sword and a weak person was not a good thing. Beside him, Blood-Eye suddenly said, "You have to try to fuse with the 7th layer of spacetime, and then grasp it. As for the realm, it's actually not particularly important. The so-called realm is just a kind of restraint." Yi Xian nodded. "Understood." Saying that, he slowly closed his eyes and began to feel the 7th layer of spacetime. Without the Qingxian sword, would he be unable to cultivate normally? He didn't believe it. When this thought arose, a powerful sword intent suddenly appeared on Yi Xian's body. Ever since he obtained the green profound sword, his swordsmanship had not improved for a long time. But Yi Xian didn't notice that in his sea of consciousness, the green profound sword was also trembling slightly. Yi Xian didn't know that the green profound sword's strength did not rely on absorbing souls, but on absorbing his sword intent. The sword was strong because of the person. End of this chapter. Chapter 1899. The sword grew stronger because of its owner. In the past, Yi Xian had always been relying on the green profound sword, and his strength had dropped by at least 80% without it. That was why the green-clothed man had sealed the green profound sword. When he understood this, the sword intent around Yi Xian grew stronger and stronger, and it caused the deathly silent starry sky in the surroundings to seethe. Xue Tong's brows knit together slightly when he witnessed this scene. This fellow seems to have attained sudden enlightenment. Sudden enlightenment. It was rare for one to attain sudden enlightenment in one's life, but once one did, then it might change one's life. Right at this moment, Yi Xian's sword intent entered the 7th level of space, and the spatial pressure there wasn't able to crush his sword intent. Conversely, his sword intent had actually fused into one with the 7th level of space under his control. Xue Tong frowned when he witnessed this scene. What's going on? The 7th level of space doesn't reject sword intent? When she thought up to here, she opened her palm and suddenly clenched it. In an instant, a strand of fist intent entered the 7th level of space. However, it vanished without a trace as soon as it entered the 7th level of space. Xue Tong couldn't help but gaze at Yi Xian when he witnessed this scene, and his eyes were filled with curiosity. However, he didn't disturb Yi Xian at this moment, because it was an extremely critical moment for Yi Xian. Just like that, around 3 days later, Yi Xian's sword intent had fused completely with the 7th level of space. Now he'd started to try to utilize his sword intent to fuse with it, but he noticed that it was very difficult. Fortunately, he still had the sword domain. A wisp of a smile arose on his face when he utilized the sword domain, because he noticed that he could utilize the sword domain to fuse with the 7th level of space. In the following period of time, Yi Xian started to slowly control the 7th level of space under Xue Tong's guidance. In the blink of an eye, a few months passed. On this day, Yi Xian stood in the starry sky while holding a sword in his hand. It wasn't the green profound sword. It was an extremely ordinary green profound sword. After a long moment of silence, Yi Xian suddenly slashed down. Hiss. The space in front of Yi Xian was suddenly torn apart, along with the 7th layer of space-time. Meanwhile, Yi Xian suddenly took a step forward. No. As soon as he took a step forward, the sword domain appeared. In the next moment, the 7th layer of space was instantly torn into pieces by countless rays of light. Core sword domain. At this moment, Yi Xian opened his palm, and the sword in his hand suddenly vanished. The space 3 kilometers away was suddenly torn apart by a strand of sword light. Space folding. The space folding of the 7th layer. Seeing this scene, the corners of Yi Xian's mouth lifted slightly. Now he had finally folded the 7th layer of space-time. Meanwhile, Xue Tong suddenly said, "Spatial folding?" Yi Xian looked at Xue Tong and nodded. Yes. Xue Tong nodded but didn't say anything. Yi Xian smiled and said, "Do you have any suggestions?" Xue Tong said, "You've only folded space-time. Do you know that space-time can be folded again after being folded?" Hearing this, Yi Xian was stunned. Time and space are folded again and again. Xue Tong nodded. Yi Xian said in a low voice, "Is that possible?" Xue Tong glanced at Yi Xian. "What do you think?" Yi Xian fell silent. Time and space are folded again and again. Xue Tong said, "Do you know why that guard sword was so fast?" Yi Xian said, "Time and space are folded?" Xue Tong nodded. He's folded the 8th layer at least 4 times. And that's why his sword was able to instantly kill a seamless Dao expert. Because after time and space are folded 4 times, his speed isn't something that the seamless Dao can resist. Yi Xian said in a low voice, "How many times can time and space be folded?" Xue Tong looked at Yi Xian. Theoretically speaking, countless times. However, the difficulty increases by a few dozen times with every fold. Moreover, the further it goes, the more difficult it becomes. When she spoke up to this point, she licked her candied fruit and said, "The space-time Dao. This chapter isn't finished. Please continue. It's not as simple as you think." Yi Xian nodded. "I've learned something new." Xue Tong said, "If you can fold time and space a second time, then with your current strength, killing a stage 20 expert is a piece of cake. Even a seamless realm expert isn't impossible." Yi Xian asked, What if I can fold time and space 3 times? Shui Tong said indifferently. I can easily kill a seamless Dao expert. Yi Xian asked again. What if I can fold time and space 4 times? Shui Tong looked at Yi Xian. I can easily kill a seamless Dao expert. Just like that guard in the Divine Spirit Palace. Yi Xian nodded. I understand. Shui Tong continued. Folding time and space can't completely measure a person's strength. Besides folding time and space, there's also space-time distortion, space-time pressure, space-time overlap, space-time detonation, space-time black hole, space-time jump, etc. In short, the space-time Dao is boundlessly profound and mysterious. Yi Xian looked at Shui Tong. What are you good at? Shui Tong said indifferently. A bit of everything. Yi Xian asked. Are you good at it? Shui Tong said. I'm good at it. Yi Xian was speechless. Shui Tong said. Take it slow. Yi Xian nodded slightly. Take it slow. As he said this, he sighed. Ever since Xiao Ta's ability was sealed by his father, his cultivation speed had slowed to a crawl. But there was nothing he could do. For now, besides Qing, and Big Brother, there was probably no one who could undo his father's seal. Shui Tong suddenly asked. Where are you going? Yi Xian smiled. I'm going to Divine Sect to deliver something. Shui Tong looked at Yi Xian, but didn't say anything. Yi Xian said, let's go. He was now at stage 16. If he continued to rush, it wouldn't be hard to reach stage 20. Not only did he have Divine Sect's inheritance, but he also had Shui Tong's guidance. But he didn't want to be that fast. He wanted to slow down. Sword Dao. After his epiphany, his sword intent was improved, and he used it to fuse with the 7th space. To put it simply, he wanted to improve his sword Dao. In fact, Crimson Eye was shocked at the moment. Under normal circumstances, Yi Xian should not have been able to enter the 7th space in time. However, not only could this guy enter the 7th space in time, but he could also communicate with the 7th space in time. Most importantly, this guy's sword skills were terrifying. Those sword skills could be said to have increased Yi Xian's battle strength by several times. What a mysterious guy. After a while, the two continued forward. 3 days later, the two arrived in front of a black hole. Yi Xian was about to enter when Shui Tong suddenly said, You want to go in? Yi Xian nodded. Shui Tong was silent. Yi Xian asked, Dangerous? Shui Tong looked at Yi Xian. Can't you feel it? Yi Xian shook his head. Shui Tong looked at Yi Xian. How did you survive until now? By luck. Yi Xian was speechless. Shui Tong looked at the black hole. The legendary level 8 civilization should be within it. With our current strength, entering it is equivalent to entering a pack of wolves. Understand? Yi Xian was slightly helpless. Then what should we do? I promised someone to help deliver something. Shui Tong thought for a moment and said, Let's just keep a low profile. As soon as she finished speaking, she walked into the black hole. Yi Xian hurriedly followed her in. A few minutes later, Yi Xian and Shui Tong appeared in an unknown starfield. Yi Xian glanced at the surroundings and said, Let's go. As he spoke, he led Shui Tong towards the right. 2 hours later, Yi Xian arrived before a mountain range. Meanwhile, Shui Tong frowned. There's the smell of blood. Yi Xian smelled blood as well, and he looked towards the distance. Right at this moment, a palm that was over 100 kilometers long suddenly descended from the sky above the mountain range. If this chapter isn't finished, please keep going. In an instant, the entire mountain range shook. Yi Xian's expression instantly changed. Suddenly, an enormous golden barrier of light arose from the mountain range. Bang! The palm instantly shattered upon colliding with the barrier of light, and then it transformed into nothingness. A powerful wave of energy swept towards the surroundings, and in an instant, space was obliterated. Yi Xian's face sank when he witnessed this scene. What happened? Shui Tong gazed at Yi Xian. It doesn't seem simple. Yi Xian fell silent for a moment, and then he said, Let's come back another day. Shui Tong nodded. Good idea. As soon as he finished speaking, they intended to flee. Right at this moment, an old man suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian and Shui Tong. Yi Xian's expression changed slightly. Meanwhile, the old man suddenly gazed at the ring on Yi Xian's finger, and his expression instantly changed drastically. A divine ring. Yi Xian blinked. You're from the divine sect? The old man hurriedly bowed respectfully. The divine sect's Li Muqi greets the sect master. Sect master? Yi Xian was stunned, and then he hurriedly said, You've misunderstood. I'm just here to deliver the ring. I'm not your sect master. As he spoke, he was about to take off the ring. However, he noticed to his astonishment that he couldn't take it off at all. What's going on? Yi Xian was quite stunned. Li Muqi hurriedly bowed respectfully again. Sect master, please return to the sect with me. Yi Xian spoke in a low voice. I'm really not your sect master. I was just entrusted by your sect master to deliver the ring back to you. You absolutely must not misunderstand. Li Muqi gazed at Yi Xian. You're wearing the sect master's ring. You're the sect master. Yi Xian was speechless. He still wanted to say something, but at this moment, a terrifying pressure suddenly enveloped him. Yi Xian frowned slightly. He raised his head to look at the sky, only to see the sky suddenly split open. Then a shadow floated out, and that shadow looked down at him. Meanwhile, Li Muqi's expression changed drastically. Sect master, quickly return to the sect with me. Yi Xian still wanted to say something, but Xuetong spoke abruptly. Listen to him and enter the protective barrier. As soon as she finished speaking, she charged towards the protective barrier. Li Muqi hurriedly brought Yi Xian along and vanished on the spot. As soon as they vanished, the area where Yi Xian stood earlier was instantly wiped out by a mysterious force. When he noticed this scene, Yi Xian's expression instantly became extremely unsightly. Soon the three of them appeared on top of a mountain peak. Li Muqi glanced at the sky, then looked at Yi Xian. Sect master. The 10 ultimate shrine besieged divine sect this time for our divine sect's divine ring. Yi Xian said in a deep voice. I'm not your sect master. As he spoke, he was about to take off the ring, but he couldn't take it off at all. At that moment, Li Muqi said, The divine ring has recognized you as its master. As he spoke, he slowly knelt down. Please protect my divine sect, sect master. Yi Xian was speechless. Damn it. Was that woman from the Divine Spirit Palace crazy? Asking me to be Divine Sect's sect master. Does she want me to save Divine Sect? But how am I supposed to save them? At that moment, Xiaotao suddenly said, Young master, you're too stupid. That woman doesn't want you to save Divine Sect. She definitely wants Sister Tianming to save Divine Sect. You're Divine Sect's sect master. What does that mean? It means that Divine Sect has Sister Tianming behind them. As for you, if it wasn't for Sister Tianming, she probably wouldn't even have let you through the door. You need to know what's going on. Yi Xian said indifferently. The next time I see Qing I'll say that you're bad-mouthing her. Xiaotao was instantly enraged. Don't slander me. Sister Tianming is my faith. Yi Xian said, Do you think Qing believes you or me? After a moment of silence, Xiaotao said, Young master, I apologize for my words just now. I'm sorry. I, Xiaotao, will be more careful with my words in the future. Please be magnanimous and let me go. Yi Xian was speechless. End of this chapter. Chapter 1900. Yi Xian was about to speak again when a group of divine sect powerhouses showed up at this moment. Yi Xian was shocked when he saw them. Well, there were actually 9 seamless path powerhouses, and 2 of them were divine spirit realm powerhouses. This lineup was a little fierce. Li Muqi hurriedly signaled to the divine sect experts. Everyone understood and saluted respectfully. Greetings, sect master. Sect master. Yi Xian was speechless. Just as he was about to refuse, Xuetong suddenly transmitted his voice. Don't refuse. Yi Xian looked at Xuetong and asked, Why? Xuetong said indifferently, Think about it yourself. Yi Xian pondered for a moment and sighed inwardly. Divine Sect was currently besieged by powerful enemies. Since he had the Divine Sect Divine Ring, the forces outside would naturally think that he was Divine Sect's sect master. No matter how he explained, the forces outside wouldn't let him go. Moreover, the enemy's target was Divine Sect's divine ring, and it was in his hands. Most importantly, he couldn't take it off. Cut off his fingers? He had thought about it, but he found that the divine ring had fused with him. Even if he cut off his fingers, it would be useless unless he used the profound cyan sword to destroy it. Thinking of this, Yi Xian sighed softly. When he asked the divine spirit palace woman if she would trick him, she said yes. Obviously, she was referring to this. He didn't complain because he also benefited. Wanting to benefit but not doing anything. How could there be such a good thing in the world? Moreover, he needed divine sect. Thinking of this, Yi Xian looked at Li Muqi in front of him. Are you really willing to recognize me as sect master? Li Muqi hurriedly said. Of course. The rest of the divine sect experts also hurriedly said, we are willing. Yi Xian smiled. I am only at the 16th phase. 16th phase. Hearing this, the expressions of the divine sect experts in front of Yi Xian became a little strange. Indeed a little weak. At this time Li Muqi said, our divine sect is willing to recognize you as sect master. Yi Xian looked at Li Muqi. Why? Li Muqi replied in a solemn voice. Because you were personally chosen by sect master Shuesheng. The expressions of the experts from the divine sect changed when they heard Li Muqi. Water sect master. In other words, he was the previous sect master of divine sect. Yi Xian said, because I was chosen by her, so you acknowledge me? Li Muqi nodded. Yi Xian was puzzled. Why? Because in my opinion, she has already perished, and all of you can elect a new sect master. Li Muqi said solemnly. Only with the divine ring can one become the sect master, because my divine sect's treasure, the divine seal, is within the divine ring. Yi Xian hurriedly said. I can return the divine ring to divine sect. Li Muqi shook his head. The fact that sect master Shuesheng gave the divine ring to you means that she feels that you can lead my divine sect out of this predicament. As he spoke, he and the divine sect experts respectfully bowed. We are willing to pledge our lives to sect master. Yi Xian was slightly speechless. This is like forcing a duck onto a perch. At that moment, an old man at the side suddenly said, back then, sect master Shuesheng and the temple master of 10 Ultimate Shrine fought. In the end, we don't know where the two of them went, but we know that they have perished. All these years, my divine sect and 10 Ultimate Shrine have always been taking revenge on each other. In the beginning, neither of us could do anything to the other, but for some reason, Divine King Valley suddenly helped 10 Ultimate Shrine. Since then, my divine sect could only defend passively. Shuetong suddenly said, so Divine King Valley is the key, right? The old man shook his head. Now, even without Divine King Valley, my divine sect's overall strength is inferior to 10 Ultimate Shrine. Shuetong looked. This chapter is not over. Please continue to the next page. He glanced at the screen of light above him. How much longer can this formation last? The old man said, a month. A month. Shuetong nodded slightly and looked at Yi Xian. You only have a month. Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, tell me about the strength of my divine sect and 10 Ultimate Shrine. The old man said, my divine sect still has 2 divine spirit realm experts, 12 seamless realm experts, 53 seamless realm experts, and 390 level 20 experts. As for the 10 Ultimate Shrine, they still have 5 divine spirit experts, 37 seamless Dao experts, more than 70 seamless realm experts, and more than 500 phase 20 experts. Yi Xian's face sank when he heard that. The difference in strength is so huge. It's a terrible mess. Meanwhile, Shuetong suddenly said, their main objective is the divine ring? The old man nodded. Because there is a divine artifact and a technique within the divine ring. The divine artifact is called the divine ruler, and it has the ability to measure time and space. Besides that, there is also a supreme technique, the divine radiating scripture. Yi Xian frowned slightly. The divine radiating scripture? The old man nodded slightly. Only by cultivating this technique can one attain the fate chart realm. Yi Xian gazed at the divine ring in his hand. With a command in his heart, a thick golden ancient book suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian. The divine radiating scripture. All the experts of the divine sect became excited when they saw the divine radiating scripture. Yi Xian glanced at the divine radiating scripture in his hand, and then he opened it. As soon as he did, a ray of golden light shot into the center of his brows. Bang! Yi Xian's body trembled violently as a huge amount of information surged into his mind. A short moment later, Yi Xian opened his eyes and Xuetong asked, "How is it?" Yi Xian gazed at Xuetong. "What do you mean?" Xuetong said, "How is the technique?" Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, "It seems to be just that." The expressions of all the experts of the divine sect instantly became strange. "Just that? Is that something a human would say?" Xuetong said. "Can I have a look?" Yi Xian passed the divine radiating scripture to Xuetong. The expressions of all the experts of the divine sect changed drastically when they witnessed this scene. And Li Muqi hurriedly said, "Sect Master, you mustn't. The divine radiating scripture is the supreme technique of our divine sect. Besides the sect master, no one else is allowed to see it." Yi Xian suddenly said, "All of you can see it as well." All the experts of the divine sect were stunned when they heard this. Yi Xian gazed at Li Muqi. "All of you can see it as well." Li Muqi gulped, and then he said, Isn't that a bit inappropriate?" Yi Xian smiled. "There's nothing inappropriate about it. All of you can see it. Of course, I won't force you if you're unwilling." Li Muqi hurriedly said, "I'm willing. I'm willing." The other experts of the divine sect hurriedly said as well, "We're willing. We're willing." Xuetong suddenly said, "Hurry up and thank the sect master." All the experts of the divine sect hurriedly bowed respectfully. "Thank you, sect master." Yi Xian smiled, and then he passed the divine radiating scripture to Xuetong. "Give it to them after you've seen it." Xuetong nodded and took the scripture. Yi Xian suddenly gazed at Li Muqi and asked, "Can the divine sect summon an ancestor?" Li Muqi nodded. "Yes. However, it can only be done once." Yi Xian smiled. "I can finally summon an ancestor." Li Muqi was speechless. A short while later, all the experts of the divine sect had read the scripture, and it caused them to be extremely excited. After all, only the sect master could read such a supreme technique. Yet now Yi Xian had actually allowed them to read it for free. This chapter isn't over. Please continue to the next page. What's going on? On the other side, Yi Xian took out the divine ruler. At this moment he was studying it. After studying it for a while he shook his head. This divine ruler was indeed not bad. It could measure time and space, and it could even manipulate time and space. However, compared to the Qingxian sword, the gap was really huge. Right at this moment, a powerful pressure suddenly pressed down from the sky. Everyone looked up and saw a man appear outside the screen of light. Li Muqi, who was beside Yi Xian, said in a low voice, "He's the current temple master of 10 Ultimate Shrine, Wuxia." Wuxia looked down at Yi Xian from the sky. "You're the current sect master of divine sect?" Yi Xian nodded. Wuxia smiled. "How interesting. They actually let a rank 16 ant be the sect master. Is there really no one else in the divine sect?" The expressions of the experts of the divine sect became slightly unsightly when they heard that. Yi Xian smiled and said, "Ancestor summon." "Ancestor summon?" The experts of the divine sect were slightly stunned. Yi Xian looked at Li Muqi. "Ancestor summon." Li Muqi hesitated for a moment and said, "Sect master, that's ancestor summon?" Yi Xian nodded. "Do you have a problem with that?" Li Muqi smiled bitterly. "Sect master, that's our final trump card." Yi Xian smiled. "Looks like all of you don't take me to be the sect master at all. Since that's the case, then I'll return the position of sect master to all of you." As soon as he finished speaking, he left with Xuetong. The expressions of Li Muqi and the others instantly changed drastically when they witnessed this scene. And one of the old men hurriedly said, "Ancestor summon. Quickly." Li Muqi hurriedly nodded. "Ancestor summon." As soon as he finished speaking, bang! A powerful aura suddenly shot into the sky from below the divine sect. Mucio's expression instantly changed when he witnessed this scene. Is there something wrong with this new sect master? He summons ancestor summon at the slightest disagreement? Actually, it wasn't just Wuxia. Even the experts of the divine sect found it hard to understand. Ancestor summon was the final trump card of the divine sect, and it had been used just like that. In the future, no other power would fear the divine sect. In the sky above the divine sect, an old man appeared before everyone. The divine sect's ancestor. The experts of the divine sect all knelt down. Greetings, ancestor. The divine sect's ancestor swept the surroundings with his gaze. In the next moment, his gaze descended onto Yi Xian. When he saw the spatial ring on Yi Xian's finger, he frowned. You're the current divine sect's sect master? Yi Xian nodded. That's right. The old man frowned slightly. Why are you so weak? Yi Xian smiled. You haven't matured yet. Everyone. At this moment, a trace of surprise flashed through the old man's eyes. You. A moment later he grinned. Natural fate interesting. Little fellow, you're very interesting. Yi Xian bowed slightly, then pointed at Wuxia. Senior, can you kill him? The old man turned to look at Wuxia, and Wuxia's expression instantly changed. This old man was a true Fate Realm expert. He didn't even think before turning to run. Wuxia raised his hand slightly, then pressed down lightly. Boom. The distant horizon suddenly exploded. Following a miserable scream, countless amounts of blood splattered. Wuxia's body was directly destroyed, but his soul had already escaped. The old man didn't chase after him. Instead, he appeared in front of Yi Xian and looked at Yi Xian. What's your name? Yi Xian said. Little fellow Yi Xian. The old man pulled Yi Xian to the side and whispered. How many big shots are behind you? Yi Xian. End of this chapter. Chapter 1901. A few big shots? Yi Xian's expression was a little strange. Wasn't that a little too straightforward? The divine sect ancestor smiled. Little friend, you were born with a 9-phase fate. If you didn't have a big shot behind you, you wouldn't have lived until now. Yi Xian smiled. Senior's eyes are like torches. The divine sect ancestor looked at Yi Xian. May I know what realm the big shot behind you is at? Yi Xian thought for a moment, then said, I really don't know. The divine sect ancestor was silent. Yi Xian said again, Senior, it was a coincidence that I could become the divine sect master. I hope that Senior can choose a new sect master. The old man quickly said, You are my divine sect master. Yi Xian. The old man said again, Little guy, I can still stay for a few days. Let me guide you for a few days, I hope it will be of help to you. Yi Xian said solemnly. Thank you very much. In the following time, Yi Xian began to cultivate with the old man. Under the old man's guidance, his cultivation and spatial attainments could be said to have improved by leaps and bounds. 10 Ultimate Shrine. On this day, a woman came to 10 Ultimate Shrine. The woman wore a purple dress and had shoulder-length hair. She held a sheathed longsword in her hand. The sheath was completely black and flickered with light. At this moment, 10 Ultimate Shrine Master Wuxia appeared in the shrine. At this moment his body had recovered, but his face was still extremely pale. Wuxia glanced at the woman and then cupped his fists. Miss Maoshi. Maoshi. This was the most monstrous genius of Divine King Valley's current generation. Born with a 3-phase fate. Maoshi nodded slightly. Master Wuxia, I heard that Divine Sect has a new sect master. Wuxia nodded. Yes. However, that person is only at phase 16. Nothing to worry about. Maoshi looked at Wuxia. Master Wuxia, do you think that divine sect will let a person at phase 16 be the sect master? Wuxia frowned. He had forgotten to think about this. Maoshi continued. According to what I know, this person has a god ring, which means that he has obtained the approval of the previous sect master of the divine sect, Shuesheng. Shuesheng is a peak fate matrix expert. So how could someone who has obtained her approval be ordinary? Wuxia said solemnly. But that young man is really only at rank 16. Maoshi shook his head. Most of the time, realms don't mean anything. Wuxia asked. Then what does Miss Maoshi think? Maoshi said, first, get someone to investigate this person and find out his background. The second point is that the divine sect has already summoned its ancestors. They have now lost their final trump card. My master's meaning is that the divine sect should disappear. However, we need to investigate the new sect master's background first. Wuxia nodded. I've already sent someone to investigate. Maoshi nodded slightly. Temple Master Wuxia. Master has instructed us that after we destroy the divine sect, we only want the divine ring. Everything else will belong to the 10 ultimate shrine. Wuxia replied. Of course. Maoshi nodded and turned to leave. In the hall, Wuxia was silent for a long time before he sighed softly. In the past, the 10 ultimate shrine was even stronger than the Divine King Valley. However, following the fall of the previous temple master, the 10 ultimate shrine no longer had a life matrix powerhouse. Now, the 10 ultimate shrine was the same as the divine sect. They had to obey the Divine King Valley. This was because the Divine King Valley had a life matrix powerhouse. After a while, Wuxia looked outside the hall and frowned slightly. Divine ring. Why only one divine ring? Divine sect. At that moment, Yi Xian was sitting cross-legged on the ground, attempting to reach rank 17. In front of Yi Xian was the divine sect ancestor. The divine sect ancestor sized up Yi Xian, his expression becoming more and more solemn. After interacting with Yi Xian, he realized that not only did Yi Xian have an innate life matrix, but his bloodline was also extremely powerful. He had never seen such a powerful bloodline before. He was extremely curious about Yi Xian's background. Just then, where did this second generation come from? At that moment, the divine sect ancestor suddenly turned around and walked to the entrance of the hall. He looked into the distance and saw a powerful aura surging out from a nearby hall. That was the hall where Xuetong was. The divine sect ancestor said in a deep voice, Divine Spirit. This girl actually reached the divine spirit realm in less than a day. Amazing. At that moment, the hall's door suddenly opened and Xuetong walked out. Xuetong greedily took a deep breath, then slowly walked to the divine sect ancestor. Above the divine spirit is life matrix, right? The old man nodded. Xuetong asked, What is life matrix? The old man said in a deep voice, Life matrix is equivalent to one's own fate. How many living beings can control their own fate? Countless living beings can't escape birth, old age, sickness and death, or natural disasters. After reaching the life matrix realm, one can slowly control their own fate. Of course, whether they can truly control their own fate is unknown. Xuetong looked into the hall. What will happen if he reaches the life matrix realm? The old man smiled. Right now he has a natural life matrix, and he has reached phase 9. If he reaches the life matrix realm, his cultivation speed will be at least 10 times that of a normal person. Simply put, once he reaches the life matrix realm, he will be invincible among his peers. This is because normal people need to cultivate, but if he doesn't, he will directly reach phase 9. Xuetong frowned. That's not fair. The old man nodded. It is indeed not fair, but there is no such thing as absolute fairness in this world. Look at this girl's bloodline. The old man has seen the world, but this kind of bloodline is something the old man has never seen before. This girl's father is definitely not a normal person. At this point he sighed and said, Look, he was born with a good father. Aren't you angry? Xuetong took out a candied fruit and licked it, then said, I'm not angry. The old man was puzzled. Why? Xuetong said, I told him. His father is my father. The old man's face froze. Xuetong glanced at the old man, and then he said, Old man, don't panic when you don't have a formidable father. Hurry up and find one. The old man was speechless. Xuetong continued, Even though I don't have a life matrix at the 9th level, he does. So if I follow him, it'll be equivalent to me having a life matrix at the 9th level as well. When she spoke up to this point, she licked the candied fruit and said, If I can't beat him, then I'll join him. Look, under normal circumstances, I might not be able to attain the divine spirit realm, but I've attained it in less than a month by following him. Sometimes, it's useless to bury your head in hard work. The old man couldn't help but give her a thumbs up. Little girl, this old man has learned something new. Xuetong gazed at Yi Xian, who was cultivating in the hall. As long as I have a powerful backer, the world is mine. The old man was speechless. At this moment, Yi Xian, who was in the hall, suddenly stood up. As soon as he stood up, a powerful aura swept out from his body. Phase 17. Yi Xian took a deep breath. He'd attained Phase 17 now. At this moment, the divine sex ancestor appeared in front of Yi Xian. He sized up Yi Xian, and then he said, "How do you feel?" Yi Xian opened his right hand, and a sword appeared in his hand. In the next moment, he directly entered the 7th layer of spacetime. Gradually, he completely merged with the 7th layer of spacetime. At the same time, a powerful pressure appeared in the surroundings. Spacetime pressure. A moment later, the corners of Yi Xian's mouth curled up slightly. He left the 7th layer of spacetime and looked at the divine sex ancestor. "Senior, I want to fight an expert of the seamless Tao." The old man hesitated for a moment, and then he said, "I'm afraid it'll be a bit difficult." Yi Xian smiled. "I'll give it a try." As he spoke, he looked at Xuetong, and Xuetong said indifferently, "I'm already at the divine spirit realm." Yi Xian was stunned, and then he said, "So fast?" Xuetong nodded. "Yes." Yi Xian's expression was slightly strange. "Isn't this little girl a bit too terrifying?" She reached the divine spirit realm in less than a day. Meanwhile, the old man smiled. "This little girl's foundation is too solid. She was already at the peak of the seamless Tao, and she was only a step away from the divine spirit realm. But after she saw the godly radiating scripture, she understood how to step into the divine spirit realm. Of course, if she didn't have the godly radiating scripture, it would probably take some time for her to reach the divine spirit realm." Yi Xian nodded lightly, and then he looked at Xuetong. "Congratulations." Xuetong nodded. "Thank you." Yi Xian smiled. And then he called over a seamless path powerhouse from the divine sect. This powerhouse was called Mu Yan, and he was a powerhouse at the peak of the seamless path. In space, Yi Xian stood with his sword in hand, and Mu Yan stood in front of him. Xuetong and the divine sex ancestor watched from the side. Yi Xian smiled. "Let's begin." As soon as he finished speaking, the sword in his hand suddenly vanished. A flying sword. This sword directly folded space and time. In the distance, Mu Yan's expression instantly changed. He hadn't expected that Yi Xian's sword would be so swift, and he immediately clenched his right hand tightly. In an instant, the space and time he resided in had transformed into a spatial wall. Bang! Yi Xian's flying sword had been blocked. Meanwhile, Yi Xian suddenly appeared in front of Mu Yan, and then an expanse of sword light enveloped the space and time Mu Yan resided in. Rumble! The spatial wall exploded into pieces, and Mu Yan was blasted over 30 kilometers away. As soon as he stopped moving, a flying sword had already arrived at the center of his forehead. He lost. The divine sex ancestor's face sank when he witnessed this scene. "I underestimated his sword technique." In the distance, Yi Xian sheathed his sword and smiled. If he held the green profound sword right now, then he would even be able to kill a divine spirit realm expert. The boost from the green profound sword was too terrifying. As if he'd thought of something, Yi Xian gazed at Xuetong. "Miss Xuetong, can I fully activate the energy of my bloodline?" Xuetong thought for a moment and said, "Yes, but it's slightly dangerous, because your bloodline is extremely abnormal, and you might not be able to control it." Yi Xian fell silent. Just as Xuetong had said, he knew his own bloodline very well. Once it was activated, then his mind would be corroded by killing intent. He was quite worried. Actually, he slightly understood his father's actions. If his father didn't suppress his bloodline, then once he activated it, then it would be equivalent to playing with fire and getting burned. His bloodline was too unstable. Meanwhile, Xuetong spoke abruptly. "It's fine. You can lend your blood to me in the future, and I'll activate it. I'll be very happy to serve you." Yi Xian was speechless. Chapter 1902. Yi Xian was speechless. Xuetong could really borrow the power of his bloodline. In the end, he gave up on the power of his bloodline. That was because he didn't dare to activate the power of his bloodline, especially now that there were no restrictions on it. If he activated it himself, he definitely wouldn't be able to resist the erosion of the power of his bloodline. However, he was also very curious about what it would be like if the power of his bloodline was completely activated. At that moment, the Divine Sect Master said, "I still have 2 days. What do you want me to do for you?" 2 days. Yi Xian was silent. He had to make good use of the Divine Sect Ancestor's soul, or it would be a waste. Shuetong suddenly said, "You can go to the 10 Ultimate Shrine and self-destruct." Yi Xian was speechless. The old man glanced at Shuetong and shook his head with a smile. "It's useless. This strand of my soul is about to completely dissipate. Even if I self-destruct, it won't produce much power and won't hurt the 10 Ultimate Shrines foundation. Moreover, the Divine King Valley is a greater threat." Yi Xian shook his head and sighed. What a mess. The old man looked at Yi Xian and bowed slightly. "Young man, please protect my divine sect." Yi Xian said in a deep voice, "Senior, there's no need for that. I've received benefits from divine sect, so I should help divine sect. I'll do my best." The old man smiled faintly. "I'm relieved to hear this little friend's words." He hesitated for a moment before asking, "Young man, is the person behind you from the mountain?" Yi Xian frowned slightly. "From the mountain?" The old man was confused. "Isn't he?" Yi Xian asked. "What's from the mountain?" The old man said after a moment of silence, "Dao Mountain." Yi Xian was confused. "Dao Mountain? Where is it?" The old man said in a deep voice, "A very sacred place. Only those who have reached the 9th stage of life matrix realm can set foot on this mountain. Once they set foot on this mountain, they are known as the people from the mountain." When he spoke up to this point, he paused for a moment and said, "I thought that the person behind you was someone from the mountain, but now it seems like that's not the case." Yi Xian was about to speak when Li Muqi suddenly appeared here, and he spoke solemnly. "Ancestor, Sect Master, I just received news that something big has happened in God King Valley and the 10 Ultimate Divine Hall." A huge commotion. The old man looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian said, "Are they going to launch a large-scale attack?" Li Muqi nodded. "It should be." Yi Xian said, "With our current strength, we definitely can't stop them, right?" Li Muqi nodded. "We can't. Not to mention all of them together. Just the God King Valley alone is enough to destroy us." Yi Xian thought for a moment, then turned to look at Shuetong. "Do you have any good ideas?" Shuetong glanced at Yi Xian. "Tell me your thoughts first." Yi Xian smiled and said, "My idea is to scare them." Shuetong licked his candied fruit. "All right." Li Muqi was quite puzzled. "Scare them? They aren't easily frightened." Yi Xian said, "Let's give it a try." As he spoke, he gazed at Shuetong. "Cooperate with me." Shuetong nodded. "All right." Yi Xian said. "Then let's head to God King Valley right now." Li Muqi was stunned. "Go to the God King Valley?" Yi Xian nodded. "Of our own accord." Li Muqi hesitated for a moment and said, "Sect Master, you." Yi Xian smiled. "They'll still return if I don't go. Since that's the case, then why don't I go on my own accord?" As he spoke, he gazed at the Divine Sect's ancestor. "Senior, you guard this place." The Divine Sect's ancestor spoke in a low voice. "Little fellow, are you confident?" Yi Xian smiled. "I'm not. However, I can give it a try." The Divine Sect's ancestor hesitated for a moment before he said, "Be careful." Yi Xian nodded. "I will." Green City Yi Clan Ancestral Hall. Ancestor, Yi Xian lacks talent and virtue. From this moment onward, Yi Xian's position as prince shall be removed, and Yi Lang shall succeed him. It was an old man in black robes who spoke. A young man stood not too far away from the old man, and he had a faint smile on the corners of his mouth. It was Yi Lang. The Yi clan's elders stood at his sides. "Why?" Right at this moment, a slightly timid voice suddenly resounded within the ancestral hall. Everyone looked towards the source of the voice, and saw a young girl standing at the entrance. She was around 12 or 13 years old, and her hands were tightly gripping the corners of her dress. Her face was sickly pale, and she seemed slightly weak. Moreover, there was a trace of timidity in her eyes. The young girl was called Yi Ling, and she was Yi Xian's younger sister. When she heard that the clan intended to remove Yi Xian from his position, she disregarded her illness and rushed over. The black-robed old man frowned. Yi Ling, what are you doing? The young girl called Yi Ling bowed to the people in the ancestral hall and said timidly, Great Elder, my brother Yi Xian is a prince. Why did you remove his title for no reason? The Great Elder looked coldly at Yi Ling. This is a clan matter. What are you interrupting for? Leave. Yi Ling was obviously afraid and did not dare to look directly at the Great Elder. However, she did not leave and mustered her courage to enter the ancestral hall. She once again bowed to the elders on both sides. Dear elders, my brother is fighting with the Li clan over the mining rights at Nanshan. He's fighting for the clan, and we don't even know if he's dead or alive. Yet, the clan is using a groundless excuse to remove his title. This is really unfair. Impudent. The Great Elder suddenly raged. Whether or not he is removed, it's not up to a little girl like you to decide. Men, drag her away. At this moment, the newly appointed Prince Yi Lang suddenly laughed. You should be flogged 30 times as a warning to others. The Great Elder said coldly, then flog 30 times. Soon 2 guards of the Yi clan rushed in. Yi Ling clenched her fists and said angrily, This is unfair. My brother has risked his life for the clan for so many years, and even now he's fighting for the clan. The clan is so unfair to him. One of the guards glanced at the newly appointed Prince Yi Lang, and he knew that this was his chance to show off. The guard sneered. Young Master Yi Lang inherits the title of prince, and it's everyone's wish. What are you shouting for? As he spoke, he raised his hand and slapped Yi Ling's face. Slap. A crisp slap sounded, and the right side of Yi Ling's face instantly turned red and swollen. However, she did not cry, and only held her cheek tightly. Yi Lang looked at the guard and said with a smile, What's your name? The guard hurriedly bowed. Subordinate Zhang Mu greets the crown prince. Yi Lang nodded. You're very good. After I become the crown prince, I'll need 10 guards. From now on, you'll be my guard. Hearing this, Zhang Mu was overjoyed and hurriedly bowed deeply. I'll go through fire and water for the crown prince, and I'll do anything for you. Yi Lang nodded slightly. Drag him out. This person is disturbing the ancestral hall. Don't show any mercy, understand? Zhang Mu glanced at Yi Lang, and when he saw the murderous intent in Yi Lang's eyes, he understood. Immediately, he grabbed Yi Ling's hair and dragged her out. At this moment, Zhang Mu seemed to have seen something, and he suddenly stopped. In the ancestral hall, everyone turned their heads to look outside. Not far from the ancestral hall, a young man was walking towards the ancestral hall. The young man was wearing a tight-fitting robe, and the robe was tattered, and there was blood everywhere. This person was Yi Xian, who had rushed back from the South Mountain. Seeing Yi Xian, Yi Lang's mouth curled into a cold smile. Inside the ancestral hall, the elders frowned. The Great Elder narrowed his eyes, and his expression was frighteningly dark. No one knew what he was thinking. From afar, when Yi Xian saw Zhang Mu dragging Yi Ling, his face turned savage. Who gave you the guts to touch my sister? When Zhang Mu saw Yi Xian, his face changed. He hurriedly looked at Yi Lang, and was about to speak, when Yi Xian suddenly appeared in front of him like a ferocious tiger. Before the latter could react, Yi Xian's fist landed on his face. Pung! Zhang Mu felt a wave of dizziness, and he stumbled and fell. However, Yi Ling did not stop there. He charged towards Zhang Mu again. At this time, Yi Lang suddenly roared, Yi Xian, he's my man, how dare you? Yi Xian suddenly stepped on Zhang Mu's chest. Pooh! Zhang Mu spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Yi Lang's face turned ugly. Yi Xian looked up at him and snarled, Your man! As he spoke, he stepped on Zhang Mu's face. Zhang Mu's face turned into a bloody mess as he screamed, Prince, save me! Yi Xian did not care about Zhang Mu. As he walked to Yi Ling's side. Seeing Yi Ling's appearance, Yi Xian felt as though his heart was being sliced by a knife. He clenched his fists, and his entire body trembled. When Yi Ling saw Yi Xian, her tears flowed out. Brother, it hurts, it hurts! Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression turned savage. In the next instant, he charged in front of Zhang Mu. and kicked Zhang Mu's head. Peng. Qingcheng Yi Clan Ancestral Hall. Ancestors, Yi Xian has no talent, no virtue. From now on, Yi Xian's position as prince shall be replaced by Yi Lang. The one who spoke was an old man in black robes. Not far behind the old man, there was a youth with a faint smile on his face. This person was Yi Lang. On both sides were the Yi clan's elders. Why? At this time, a timid voice rang out in the ancestral hall. Everyone turned to look and saw a little girl standing at the door. She was about 12 or 13 years old, and her hands were tightly gripping the hem of her skirt. Her face had a sickly pallor, and she looked a little weak. There was even a trace of fear in her eyes. This girl was called Yi Ling, and she was Yi Xian's younger sister. When she heard that the clan wanted to remove Yi Xian, she disregarded her illness and rushed over. The black-robed old man frowned. Yi Ling, what are you doing? The little girl called Yi Ling bowed to the people in the ancestral hall, and said timidly, Great Elder, my brother Yi Xian is a prince. Why did you discard him for no reason? The Great Elder looked at Yi Ling coldly. This is a matter of the clan. Why are you interrupting? Leave. Yi Ling was clearly a little fearful. She did not dare to look the Great Elder in the eye, but she did not leave. Instead, she mustered up her courage and walked into the ancestral hall. She bowed to the elders on both sides of the hall and said, Elders, my brother is currently fighting with the Li family for the mining rights of the mine in Nanshan. He is now fighting for the family, and it is unknown whether he is alive or dead. However, the family has used a groundless excuse to remove his position as the crown prince. Impudent. The Great Elder suddenly raged. Discard him or not, it's not up to a little girl like you to decide. Men drag her away. At this time, the new prince Yi Lang suddenly laughed. You should be flogged 30 times as a warning to others. The Great Elder replied coldly. Then flog her 30 times. Soon 2 guards of the Yi clan rushed in. Yi Ling clenched her fists and said angrily, This is unfair. My brother has risked his life for the clan for so many years. Even now he is risking his life for the clan. The clan is so unfair to him. One of the guards glanced at the new prince Yi Lang. He knew that this was his chance to shine. The guard sneered. Young Master Yi Lang inherits the position of prince. What are you yelling about? As he spoke, he raised his hand and slapped Yi Ling's face. Slap. A crisp slap sounded, and the right side of Yi Ling's face instantly swelled up. However, she did not cry. She only held her cheek tightly. Yi Lang looked at the guard and smiled. What's your name? The guard hurriedly bowed. Subordinate Zhang Mu greets the prince. Yi Lang nodded. You're not bad. After I become the prince, I will need 10 guards. You can be my guard from now on. Hearing this, Zhang Mu was overjoyed. He hurriedly bowed deeply. This subordinate is willing to go through fire and water for the prince. Yi Lang nodded. Drag him away. This person is disturbing the ancestral hall. Don't hold back. Do you understand? Zhang Mu glanced at Yi Lang. When he saw the murderous intent in Yi Lang's eyes, he understood. He immediately grabbed Yi Ling's hair and dragged her out. At this moment, Zhang Mu suddenly stopped as if he had seen something. In the ancestral hall, everyone turned their heads to look outside. Not far from the ancestral hall, a young man was walking towards the ancestral hall. The young man was wearing a tight-fitting robe. The robe was tattered and covered in blood. The young man was Yi Xian, who had rushed back from Nanshan. Seeing Yi Xian, Yi Lang's lips curled into a sinister smile. Inside the ancestral hall, the elders frowned. The Great Elder narrowed his eyes, his face dark and gloomy. No one knew what he was thinking. From afar, when Yi Xian saw Zhang Mu dragging Yi Ling, his face turned savage. Who gave you the guts to touch my sister? When Zhang Mu saw Yi Xian, his face changed. He hurriedly looked at Yi Lang, and was about to speak. At this time, Yi Xian leaped in front of him like a ferocious tiger. Before the latter could react, Yi Xian's fist landed on his face. Peng. Zhang Mu felt a wave of dizziness, and he stumbled and fell. However, Yi Ling did not stop there. He charged at Zhang Mu again. At this time Yi Lang suddenly roared. Yi Xian, he's my man. How dare you? Yi Xian suddenly stepped on Zhang Mu's chest. Pooh. Zhang Mu spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Yi Lang's face turned ugly. Yi Xian looked up at him and said, "Your man." As he spoke, he stepped on Zhang Mu's face. Zhang Mu's face turned into a bloody mess, as he screamed, "Prince, save me." Yi Xian did not care about Zhang Mu. As he walked up to Yi Ling, seeing Yi Ling's state, Yi Xian felt as though his heart was being cut by a knife. He clenched his fists, and his entire body trembled. When Yi Ling saw Yi Xian, her tears flowed. "Brother, it hurts, it hurts." Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression turned savage. In the next instant, he charged in front of Zhang Mu and kicked Zhang Mu's head. Peng. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.